preparations do we need? Are we? I think we're.
Not that I'm
Okay. All
aware
right.
of.
Let me go live on my end as well, and I'm sure whatever viewers I get will be like very confused for me starting up right now. Yeah. Well, I will start off. Though it's Dr. Craig's channel we're using right now. But hello, all. My name is Prime Kai, PRIMECAYES. You can see it on the screen. But we are, and this is Corey Campbell, and this is Dr. Greg, obviously. And what we're trying to do is a new show talking about. Uh, what we see in the news, right? In terms of like science debates, in terms of like how that interacts with politics. So, what Dr. Greg and I were talking about, so just to give you a background on the show idea, Dr. Greg and I were talking about how scientists have like uh, historically decided to stay away from politics, to not actually fully engage with that forum. Because we're all about like academia, right? We're in the research lab, and that other stuff, like it'll work itself out. Turns out that's not the case, right? Right? It turns out that uh, like if you seed the ground to these other people, right, these anti-science, these know-nothing individuals, they will eventually take power, and that's what happened, right? And I think the avatar of that would be RFK Jr. And he is in a position of power now, and he's making decisions, and it's having real life effects. So scientists and science communicators need to be at the forefront, right? Letting people know, just like literally just understanding what how science enriches their lives, right? And no matter what field they may be, right? So sure, there's a lot of medical science talk that'll happen here, but like other scientists as well, right? Geologists and engineers and well, I don't know, astronomy, right? Like, I think astronomy is actually a really interesting one because of like what's going on with NASA. Like, all of that is political. Science funding is political, right? Where we put our resources is political. It matters. And so if you see that ground, right, well then you'll see what's happening here, where scientists are being defunded and they're leaving to go to other countries, right? Like there's an exodus of scientists like from the United States. That's what happens when you aren't engaging in this form, when you aren't making an active case. And so Dr. Greg and I, and we recruited my good friend Corey as well, decided to come up with a show where we can talk about these things, right? We want to discuss like specific stories, right, that are happening, current events that are happening in that direction. But also, we can have some call-ins, talk to some individuals, have a debate if you want, or maybe you just share your story. We'd love to do all of it. So I'll hand it off to Dr. Greg and then Corey. They can all introduce themselves. Yeah, Corey.
Oh no,
Oh,
go
sorry,
for it,
you
Greg.
still keep going. I thought you were still. I thought you were done, Greg. But yeah, Corey.
Oh, sorry. I want to give you a space, Greg. But yeah, I'm Corey Campbell. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram. It's Corey, and TikTok. It's Corey Campbell. Uh, and I'm a biochemist. And I pretty much echo all the same sentiments that Prime just outlined in the beginning in terms of, that has been sort of my experience in terms of when it comes to science communication of like, we as scientists, we tend to, get get preoccupied with our ivory tower, so to speak, and not engage with the public. And as a result of that, there's, I think, an understandable, maybe declining trust in science and scientific institutions. And I think it's important to hopefully restore that trust and hopefully communicate science in a hopefully more efficient and better way. But that remains to be seen on my part. But I'm going to do my best. I'm going to give them a follow, my second follow.
Yeah. And
Yes, yes, I did. It seems like it was a very recent development in terms of basically uh, pretty much upending the long-standing position, the long-standing CDC position of like essentially based off of all available evidence. Well, not all, but rather the large body of evidence that there's no link or association between vaccine and autism. That's been like pretty thoroughly vetted, and yet the CDC, at least on the website, from what I saw and from the articles, like now there's an actual like sort of uh, updated couple of lines of like the claim that vaccines do not cause autism is not an evidence-based claim because studies have not ruled out the possibility that infant vaccines cause autism. That seems to be a brand new key point that was put on the website, among other things, unfortunately. Um, yeah, and very disappointing. I
so what you
and yeah,
sorry,
go ahead,
you
Brian.
go first,
I was
Corey.
gonna say
No.
that'd be sort of like the equivalent of me, like publishing something because at least we I think it's important to generally stay recognize where your limits of knowledge lie. And it's like I'm a biochemist, and so I try to at least work within my wheelhouse. But that would be like me publishing something on like astronomy, or something on like astrophysics, or even just physics in general. It's like no one should listen to me about physics unless it's like lowly under, not lowly, but rather undergraduate level physics. Aside from that, but so and the fact that the CDC links a study like that of someone based on what you described, that pretty much no one, no association whatsoever in the medical field, or any association with like vaccine research. It just seems like someone just wanted to get something out there, and that's it.
Um, so I should in case people are wondering, I'm the layman here, right? I don't have a fancy science degree. I mean, I do have an IT background and IT degrees, but STEM, I guess, but nothing within like the medical field or anything like that. Um, However, like I really want to touch on that point that you guys are hitting on, that we see this often. We see this like in a lot of misinformation campaigns, right? Someone will use their position as a scientist, and they might have actually have a degree, right? And they might actually have been accomplished in whichever area they come from, right? But then they go into another area, whether that be like ancient archaeology, right? That the whole thing about lost civilizations and claiming that to have some special knowledge of that. They're not like an archaeologist themselves. They, I don't know, they're a marine biologist, right? But they can attach scientists, right, truthfully to their name, right? And it gives them an air of credibility, even though like it's literally not their field whatsoever. We see this obviously directly within the medical field, where there'll be people who are completely outside of that, or I think more insidiously, and I think we saw this during the COVID era, is that a doctor would come out, right? Some crank doctor would come out and like spout some misinformation, right? And people would say, hey, that's a doctor. Obviously, they know what's going on. But like, and I think this is hard for a lot of people to like realize that a doctor, and maybe I'm curious if everyone's going to agree with this formulation. So I want to hear from the other two. But like doctors do like the praxis of like the medical field, right? They're there like interacting with patients, and diagnosing and treating, and they're like reading like medical papers that come out, but like most of them aren't actually producing those medical papers. They're not medical researchers, most of them, right? And so it's not that they're like idiots and have no idea. Obviously it had tons of schooling on this, right? But like there aren't actually they, just because you're a doctor, for instance, doesn't mean like you are an expert in virology, right? That doesn't mean that you can necessarily state with like a level of credibility, like exactly how this especially a novel virus is going to spread. There's so like when you hear when someone is touting um uh something that sounds, I don't know, I get me conspiratorial in the medical field, right? At the very least, try to check if that person has a degree that's applicable to the thing they're talking about, right? Like start there, you know? Yeah. Mm. Mm.
Hmm. Yeah, the ASIP.
Mm.
And I think another good example, at least, and credentials are, in my mind, always like tricky in terms of like I never want to, at least personally, I never want to like gatekeep or someone speaking on a topic, or at the end of the day, someone could have good points, good arguments, regardless of what their credentials are. But credentials do count for something, and I think another example of what you just brought up in terms of like pretty much the current director of the NIH, Jay Bhattacharya. I might be butchering their name. So technically they do have an MD. Okay, they are a physician scientist, but I believe so. They went to medical school, but I don't think they ever practiced as a physician. And they got their PhD in economics. Uh, as and if you look at their bio, uh, pretty much the vast majority of their career is spent in economics research. But since they have their medical degree, and they were one of the if you recall, during the COVID pandemic, there was that great Barrington Declaration thing, and he was, I think, either like one of the lead authors or like one of the main contributors or like one of the main persons who thought of that. And he's now the director of the NIH, which is not something that he's completely, not qualified to, run the NIH, but he technically on paper has like medical training, went to medical school, but I don't believe he ever practiced as a physician. And his PhD is in like pure economics.
Well, mm.
Mhm. So, like to jump on that point, right? Like, there is a, an advantage to not doing that, to not put forth a study, right? So this works multiple ways. One, you get to say that you're an outsider, you're a rebel, right? That they're not going to accept my evidence. I tried, you know. You saw this. I believe it's one of the Weinstein brothers, Eric Weinstein, I think it Yeah,
is,
Eric or
right?
Brett. Yeah,
Yeah, whatever, right? Interchangeable.
pretty much.
But
Yeah.
like he has like a theory. I think it was like geometric unity or something like
Yeah, I think
that.
you have it exactly right.
Yeah. And he puts forth a paper in quotes, heavy like quotes, right, of a paper that says that he has some sort of a physics breakthrough. And one, just having that, right, just having something described as a paper gives you a level of credibility. But like it's jargon filled but like nonsensical. So someone, an actual subject matter expert, when they've like examined it, they're like, it's complete nonsense. Okay, right? But like once Weinstein has that, he can say like, "Well, I had it and I like presented it," and no one wants to actually deal with it, right? No one, everyone's rejecting it because I've discovered something that like undermines the entire field, right? And so obviously now it's forbidden knowledge here, right? So there's that, but there's also the idea that uh, like I'm not uh, I'm not bought in to the industry, right? Like,
Or you're the
uh,
objective one or unbiased part. Yeah.
I'm unbiased. Yes, I'm unbiased, right? So all these people are deep into it. So like Dr. Gregory here, as he has a reputation to uphold, right? And part of maintaining that reputation would be like towing the industry line, right, on whatever it is. But see, I'm outside of that, right? And so I'm uncorrupted. And of course, right? No, if you put nothing forth, like period, right? No one gets to challenge you, right? You could just keep lobbing attacks, right, from the outside without like giving anyone else any attack surface, right, on you, because like you've made no claims, right? It's just that I'm a concerned observer. And what I'm seeing here is that, like, physics or medicine or archaeology or whatever it is, right, has gone wrong, and I'm just asking questions, bro. I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, and that seems to be a lot of like pretty much the sentiment is like as long as you're anti-establishment, that pretty much like that's what gives you credibility. Is like as long as you're against the establishment, that's what gets your foot in the door, and that somehow just automatically gets people or somehow gets people to trust you. Especially it seems to be largely from the right, since they're they're understandably anti-establishment, but there obviously there's a time and place for that. But I can think of, and so I haven't been using the CDC website for decades and decades. I've been mostly using it since whatever since the pandemic started. But does it? I don't know if anybody's aware, but like uh, from what I can tell, like this is like the first time that like the CDC website like is like ideologically captured of like pretty much like overnight, like a complete overhaul. And just like in the first year of this presidency, like
Mm.
this new thing. Like I don't know if anybody else is aware. I'm not American, so but like, uh, is anything like this ever like has happened before that you're aware of, or this is like new for you? Right? Yeah, I remember. They and like
Yes,
yeah, go ahead, Brian.
I haven't. Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, I hadn't heard of anything like this. I was thinking about that as well. Like, has there been a situation comparable to this? Like, I don't remember. Um, like, and like the CDC, like I mean, it's not the it's not the website you go for excitement, right? Like, it's,
Well, speak for yourself, Prime. I
I I'm saying too much there. But yeah, like it's it's supposed to be boring. It's supposed to be like useful to a certain subset of individuals, right? CDC also has like some like random information for like the public, right? You can like look up things like for the public, but like when you go to the CDC or you interact with the CDC, like as a scientist, right? Like these institutions have been so reliable for so long that um, like there's like certain like processes that rely on them, right? Like that institutions will call up the CDC to get certain information, certain stats or whatever, right? I'm not sure if the CDC hands out grants, but they there's an interaction with these outside like medical institutions, research institutions, and like you're just used to having that there as a pillar within the community, right? As a central focal point. But now that's being eroded away. Like I like what Dr. Greg was talking about earlier. You know, when this change happened in the CDC, yeah, the bureaucrats who usually run it were completely blindsided. We've seen this again and again within the Trump era, especially earlier this year during when Doge was most active, right? Um, that like the last, literally sometimes the last people to be informed of some sort of major change and certainly of staff reductions were the staff themselves. Some of them found out like literally through news report. They were watching the news and they found out, oh, well, yeah, so many of us got laid off or office got closed. It was crazy, right? Um, so when you say that um, this crucial change happened, right? It's only a few lines on the website, but like it's a big goddamn change. Like I'm not surprised that the ones who were in charge, the bureaucrats, were completely blindsided, had no clue. This is just a continuous pattern where the political appointees, because that's how this is broken up, right? So, in case you just don't know, within most of these government departments, most of the staff are non-political, like government hires, who are oftentimes there for like a lifetime career, and working their way up the ladder. But then on top, the ones who make the decisions, they're political appointees, right? So RFK would be that for the Department of Health. Health and Human Services, and then of course the ones who are in charge of the individual agencies like the CDC and whatnot, right? They're the political level, but it's not that the 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 politicians haven't ever interceded, but this feels like an escalation. I would say.
No, absolutely. And I mean, this is my concern. Like, even though, as you just mentioned, like it's just one line or a couple lines on the website, but now pretty much like the anti-vax movement can they can cite the CDC website,
Yeah,
right? To
yeah.
further. Yeah, I know they've overhauled it, but yeah, even if it was just like one line, this pretty much gives just more ammunition for the anti-vax movement, and sort of and obviously I hope doesn't turn out to be the case, but if this results in vaccination rates further dropping, that this is going to potentially cost lives. And Canada recently lost its measles eradication status of up until I think recently, or just in the past week or so. Since 1998 or around mid 90s, Canada was considered to have eradicated measles. But since we have had pretty much a surge in cases in Alberta and Quebec, and pretty much throughout, we have pretty much lost our measles eradication status. And I think it seems like the US is on track to also follow in Canada's footsteps. And I think. Mhm. Yeah, for measles, you need really high vaccination because it's so transmissible and infectious.
Mm.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, getting intentionally, infected. Mhm. And I think that's one of the sort of like, talking points, or not talking points, but rather, well, points that gets lost in the talk about not only just with measles, but even just like with COVID as well. Even just like during whatever the peak of the pandemic, even just today, COVID is still a thing. But like people seem to have this mentality because, like you mentioned, where at the end of the day, yeah, two people dying from measles is a tragedy. But I can see someone sort of framing it as like, well, out of like whatever 1,000 cases, two deaths, that's still a low percentage, right? But they don't seem to take into account pretty much all the other sort of secondary effects that these infections can have. Not everyone, it's not just whatever you die and then you live and just fine. You have other potentially secondary effects, like you said, pretty much like sort of resetting your immune system. And same thing with COVID, it's not just, you either survive COVID or you die. It's like there's potential for, lingering symptoms. And, we're seeing pretty much multi-system effects potentially over the long term, depending on how many infections you had, depending on, how COVID uniquely affects you. And so, yeah, this mentality was just like, well, as long as you're not dying, you're fine, is just really bizarre to me. Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And I'm not like, wholeheartedly agree with you because, like, uh, the vaccines, these at this point, are well researched. Okay, they're pretty much like 4 going on 5 years, like on the market. We have tons of data, and from what I can tell, and I'm not deep into these circles, but like I think I think virtually all of the predictions that people made about these vaccines have not, in terms of like you know the cancer, and some of the crazy ones of whatever, obviously the 5G ones and all that stuff. But like even just like true, but even the more quote unquote reasonable claim of
I forgot about that.
the turbo cancer, like that is not coming to fruition. As far as I can tell, it's not in the data that I have seen. Even though they'll cherry pick or they'll slice a certain segment of a figure or a table and say, "Oh, it is there," but it's not actually there. Hmm. Right. and I'm just curious how it's going to evolve because like the mRNA platform is as I'm sure you know probably even better than I do in terms of like it's not just being used just for development of vaccines for a whole host of potential things. Just the platform itself has a lot of utility, and as it becomes like yeah, and I'm curious how these people are going to respond of like when that cancer treatment comes in the form of the mRNA platform, are they going to reject it? I'm betting they're probably not, especially like if they're sort of going to be forced to take both the literal and metaphorical medicine. Like you deny the effectiveness all along, but no, technology advances nonetheless. Yeah, and a lot of this speaks to I think Prime's pretty much like initial point from the get go of like this anti-science movement and let's say pulling funding that will either hinder or like halt the development of the mRNA platform. It's like well you're going to like either force scientists to leave or other countries are going to step in. It's like well if you're not going to fund this research, well maybe other countries will and the scientists will follow suit, and or just further the brain drain of the United States or uh, pretty much the United States no longer being the world leader in these types of technologies. Like as of now, at least of today, I don't know how much longer. Like the United States is like pretty much the largest funding of science, and pretty much they're responsible for the overwhelming majority of the breakthroughs that we see, and like the mRNA platform in and of itself, right? That's credit given where it's due. Warp Speed, Project Warp Speed. It's like yeah, that was good. Um,
Uh,
but then, yeah, but just like Prime said, like now this, yeah, yeah, you're setting the stage for the fleeing of the the scientists and researchers, and not funding it either.
No, I think that's a an important point that the it's so we'll see the initial impact in terms of unfortunately people being laid off, of unfortunately grants being cut off, funding disappearing, and then possibly scientists fleeing. I mean, like there has been some movement there. That's not like a theoretical thing though. People have been leaving. um but like the true effects won't be apparent for like a decade or so, right? That will be lost innovation. That will be uh, like a transfer of technology to other nations, right? Some Canada is benefiting. Seriously, Canada is going to be a huge beneficiary of all this. Um, yeah, and that'll come in the form of uh, scientists, like I guess, a shrinking of our scientific community and a sidelining of it, and to a certain extent. Um, and an example of that, right, would be these science conferences, right?
Mhm.
I'm not sure you guys remember this, but like in the beginning of the year, and I imagine the sentiment is still prevalent internationally, that people were trying to come to do regular science conferences, exchange of knowledge, and then they were being harassed at the border by immigration, right? And then like there's like travel advisories about the United States, and like, hey, if you're going to come here, make sure that like you don't have like your files saved locally on your computer, because the border agents might like try to go through your computer, might try to go through your phone. And so like people are taking all these precautions like when dealing with the TSA. There's just a whole list of things that makes the international community wary of us, when before we were like an unshakable pillar, right? And like losing that advantage, like it's like I think of it right now as like the dollar not being like the default currency, like the reserve
Mhm.
currency of the world, right? Like it gives you a whole bunch of benefits to be the standard, right? To be the central clearinghouse. If you lose that, right, that changes the dynamic, how we interact with the world, right, how they interact with us. And I can't even tell you in all the ways that'll alter the landscape. Now that might be, there may be some good that comes out of that, right? To have a more maybe multipolar world, maybe like innovation coming from other places, like maybe this spurs like Germany to start like pouring more money into research because now more scientists are pouring in, right? Maybe that'll be a good thing in the end. But if you're an American, if you're a patriot, you want all this stuff happening here, you know?
Well, yeah, well, that's sorry to interrupt. To that point, like so, for not that I'm necessarily as a Canadian looking out for America's interests, but our our interests are generally speaking closely aligned. At least they were up until recently, up until Trump got into office. But like that's where it's like if China is China exists and like they have interest in also in developing their own technology, and so it's like if you're not sort of uh, keeping the lead that you have in research and not only doing the best that you can to not only retain the scientists that you have, okay, not only that, but also ensure that you want, scientists in training to come to the United States. I think to also Prime's point of what he said in terms of like, there's sort of like, I think in the end, I hope I'm wrong, but sort of a domino effect of like, yes, there's this aspect of now, sort of an anti-science sentiment or sort of overall war on science, but then there's also the, let's say, quote unquote war on academia, or there's hostility from the administration on academia, and not only that of the H-1B visas. It's like, well, does an international student want to necessarily come to the United States to train and then become a graduate student and become a professor? I think the calculation there is now different. And if anything, it's not the obvious given choice. And so it's like, Again, I hope I'm wrong, but there might be a precipitous drop in like graduate student enrollments, maybe 5 years from now, or like all that
Oh,
stuff.
not even 5 years from now. I mean, because I was introducing it, but like it wasn't until I was listening to you that I really started to think even deeper about this issue, right? Like, um, it's not just because we've started off this conversation talking about like RFK, talking about it specifically from an anti-Maha stance, right? But like that really is just one aspect. Like we've taken specific immigration enforcement actions against those students, right? Those graduate students. We've put out messages, right, saying that, well, telling elite universities to limit the number of foreign students that come in, right? Some of that I believe has been rolled back. So I don't know what the actual current status is, but the message is out there, right? There, the sentiment is not changing. People, they feel afraid, right? I mean, like the world is watching our immigration rates right now, and they're terrified, right? And you can say, well, it's just the illegals that they're getting, right? One, that's not true. They're harassing everyone who looks brown. So have your papers available. But two, like yeah, you can't even assume. Let's say that Trump, let's give him the benefit of the doubt, which we shouldn't, and that ICE was operating exactly as they should, only targeting the people that are meant to be, quote unquote, meant to be targeted. Um, that still doesn't mean that people observing this from the outside won't come up with the wrong lessons, right? That like they'll look at that, they'll look at the footage, like I don't want to have to deal with that, right? Like yes, I went to go to Princeton or Stanford or wherever the hell. That was my dream, but there are other elite universities around the world. Maybe I'll go there instead, right? And this is even a longer conversation that we don't have to like delve deeply into, but like in terms of how we treat um, graduate students and people who like want to stay here, who are actually skilled, we treat them horribly, right? I'm sure my friends here have met like individuals who are like postdoc, right, who are working on a PhD, working on whatever, but they're working under professor, right? And their visas, their like student visas rely on the institution, and so they just have to do whatever they say, right? You effectively become an indentured servant to these individuals. Where like if your whoever your supervisor has an issue with you, they can literally get you expelled or deported. So that creates all kinds of toxic incentives. And these people have a horrible experience and they just want to go home. So if we want like the best, right, like to be the world standard in education and research, this it takes a more comprehensive approach, right? Now it's not just talking about grants. It's actually, yeah, what does our immigration program look like, right? What does our domestic education program look like? Obviously, right? Like in terms of like K through 12, that's another issue. We can talk some other time about. But like what are like where are we putting money on? Like where are we putting tax dollars into? Like what are we investing in? Like for instance, in terms of industries, right? So we want to have like the industries of tomorrow. Well, one would be clean energy, right? Like clearly that's an upcoming technology, right? That's where we should be investing. Where not China is, right? But then just circling back to the focus of this stream, you guys were talking about the mRNA, right? That my understanding is we've just stopped that research altogether in terms of funding, at least, right? That's been pulled back, and like that's clearly a frontier that we're just we're just ceding, right, to someone else. And so all of these things matter. It's not simply right, like RFK being the bad guy or Trump being. I mean, they are the bad guys here, but it's more than that. It's a whole policy failure, I think, right across the board. We're seeing.
Yeah, across multiple levels. And if, let's say, using Canada as an example of like, obviously it's a different, slightly different scenario, but like, if there's any signs of like, let's say, lack of travel to the United States or people being hesitant to go to the United States, such as an international student or a student thinking of coming from a different country to study in the United States. I would say Canada, I think, is a good example of how, I think from what I can tell that from the data, there's been a precipitous drop of Canadian visitors to the United States. Now that's tourism, it's different, but like the calculation is clearly different for a lot of Canadians. Like we're all pretty much like traveling to United States now is pretty much like almost like
Mhm.
you don't do that as a Canadian at this point.
Yeah,
Complacency.
on that, to your point, like previously, and in terms of like those foreign students leaving, I mean, the United Kingdom thanks us for our service, right? Like because they're going to be the beneficiary of that. But on the last thing you said, and I don't know the history of this so well, so I don't want to like give out misinformation myself, but like my understanding is that like the proliferation of the public university system within the United States, right, was a response to um, like uh, like a competition between powers, right? That like we wanted more engineers, we wanted more scientists to be able to power our defense industry, to like compete against like other upcoming national competitors, rivals, and that's like what spurred us on. That's my understanding. If I'm getting any of that wrong, I do apologize, right? But like the point is, right, like going like uh, dovetailing on what you said, like when we are doing the space race, yes, like we were competing directly against the Russians. At the time, we literally had no idea, like what advantages there were to even be gained by going into space. Right now, huge advantages, it turns out, but like it took the efforts of a nation state to actually make that happen. Right, it took a national effort, so much resources poured into the project to do that. And then later on, right, on the backs of that, industry found profits to be made. But that kind of uh, attitude towards scientific advancement, right? A broad-based scientific advancement. Yeah, we don't have that in this country, like at all. Yeah, like I mean, instead, like more than that, we're falling back. We have a deep skepticism, and like I don't want to. This might be a topic at some other point that we might want to focus on. Right, like what is the place of skepticism within science and like science education and for like science observers, right? Admirers, people outside of it, like myself, right? Like what is the place of skepticism? Because like you should have level of skepticism of anything that you're reading, what you're
Absolutely,
intaking,
100%.
right? Yeah. um and I think that it might be a really good discussion to talk about like what does healthy skepticism look like, how do you develop it, how do you properly exercise it. um because like bad papers come out, right? Or even if you're not even looking at the papers directly, if you're looking at a headline, right? Well, a reporter has just digested a paper for you, or maybe not, maybe they just digested another article about that paper, right? And now and also they're working under a journalistic um uh, industry where that benefits clicking, right? So like you'll have a bombastic title, and then
Yeah.
that'll be the thing that gets passed on to Twitter, right? So it's the title, right, of an article based on another article based on a paper, right? That is clickbait. So yeah.
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 Yeah, science journalism, at least in my opinion, is pretty in a really in a bad state currently. It has been for a long while, but maybe I just don't follow the right outlets. But sort of also expanding on like the point that you that has been made in terms of like pretty much maybe signs of the United States pretty much losing their standing as the technological leader and innovator in the world. Um, and like on that note, it's like. I, I don't know how it's going to play out where because it's like leading up to the election, okay, like there was all this rhetoric of like, well, we want American jobs for Americans. They're pretty much the anti-immigrant sentiment. I don't know if it holds true the exact same of like, do they now just want only American students in American universities? Okay, but because if that's the case, because like I could be wrong. This maybe this is just like an AI generated clip or whatnot. Okay, and maybe I fell for the misinformation. But I believe I came across like a clip of Trump like recently saying of like, well, actually, we don't have these type of skilled workers here. We need the immigrants. Like we don't actually have this type of skilled workers, so to speak, here. And so it's like, well, if you're going to be anti-immigrant, are you now going to reserve not just American students, or sorry, American jobs? You want American students only? Then it's like, where are you going to get? Or it seems like Trump is sort of changing his rhetoric, or might have just been a whim. But I believe there was like an explicit clip, like he was being interviewed, and
Yeah.
like the interviewer was saying, it's like, uh, we want American jobs, and Trump was like, well, we don't have like uh, the these there's no Americans for these jobs. We don't have the skills. And so it's like, well, then what do you expect?
That was the Fox News Laura Ingraham
Right. Yeah.
interview.
Exactly.
Yes. And Trump said that we don't have individuals here to fill these roles. And
And so it's like, you're not
that
going to
is.
train them, presumably, as well. Mhm.
Mm.
mRNA, you may.
Yeah.
And
So you
yeah,
go
go ahead.
first, please.
I was gonna say, I just wanted to sort of expand upon that. You said that that schism, sort of like, on the right, and I also see a schism in terms of like you sort of like brought up the H-1B visas, and all that stuff, and it's like, and you said like companies want the best people in the world working at these companies and these startups that have these novel ideas, which I agree with, and that's why I find it so strange that also at least from what I see, well, I think it's fair to say that the right is anti DEI, and and they seem to have they seem to emphasize meritocracy, right? They want the best person for the job, but they just want the best American for the job, right? That's what matters the most. Which is, at least I think the argument you made, that's another form of DEI then, right? Because it's like if you want the best person in the job, and you up until maybe recently, the best people that are the most qualified or that want to train here and study here and become the best people. And if you're like disincentivizing that, well, then are you really a meritocracy anymore? At least I sort of view a contradiction there personally.
Yeah, I don't think it was ever a meritocracy. I reject that idea
Well,
wholeheartedly.
no, I,
But
I don't disagree with you either, but
yeah,
I'm just sort of bringing up, I'm a internal
yeah.
critique, so to speak.
So jumping on what my friend Gregory said previously, um, this idea of Trump reorienting the economy, and I'm going to take it back to uh, like the medical discussion, right? In that current state. So I'll move it back there, but um, like Trump reorienting our economy for, like you said, a 18th, 19th century position, right? Where it's like it's mining and it's like manufacturing everything. I'm of two minds of this. It really depends on what our country wants to do. Um, do we want to educate our individuals, right, so that they can be a more of the knowledge, we have a knowledge economy, right, an innovative economy, like you were saying, that we can produce ideas that go to benefit the world and make us significantly wealthier. Do you want to do that? If so, there is a policy prescription to make that happen. We can talk about that in a second. But if we're not going to do that, which seems to be like how we're orienting ourselves, if we're not going to make those investments, well, then I guess it does make sense to like put people like, back in the mines. It actually does make sense to give them the very shitty, but uh, the uh, jobs that we look back with a nostalgia lenses about like like car manufacturing
I
or like
love the black
working in a
lung
big steel
back in the
factory.
day.
Yeah, right. Like, it was that those jobs sucked. Like unions make them better, but that doesn't mean that they weren't like grueling. And like have we can have that back, especially if we aren't doing anything else with our excess workforce, right? If we're not investing in these individuals, yeah, send them to the mines. I mean, just do that, right? But if you want a 21st century economy, um, then you have to invest in education, right? And this is a not just a university strategy; it's a K through 12 strategy, but also it's like a funding strategy, right? Like where are we putting our money? In terms of like just talking about like doctors, but this applies across STEM, across anything else. Like doctors are coming out of university with like hundreds of $1,000s in debt, right? Um, and one, it demands a level of dedication, right? It adds of a barrier that some people just don't want to overcome. They don't want to have to be servicing this debt for like freaking forever.
Mhm.
um and two, once they do come out, right, it distorts the marketplace for doctors. Many of them would love to do general practice, but they can't because that pays the least, and so they go into a specialty, right? And because of specialties pay so much, they're also incentivized on like ordering more tests, right, that are unnecessary, but they pay out and they get more money for that. Like there's a whole uh, a list of like priorities that get put ahead of patients. There are simply less doctors within the pipeline because uh, we can't people can't afford to do that, even though we're going to need so many more medical professionals in the future, right? We have an aging population, and we want to expand healthcare some way, right, or another. You'll need more doctors to service them. Like, and this is something I've said for quite a long time, right? Like, so I'm a Medicare for all type individual. I think the government should be like provides a government healthcare plan that people can be a part of, but that doesn't exist by itself because like conservatives are correct to say that, well, we don't have enough doctors, right? That will just flood the system. You'll have massive waiting lines, right? It has to be paired with a college for all plan as well. That like I mean, I think it should be for all, but even if you're just saying, okay, college for just doctors, but like a funding mechanism to encourage individuals to go into this field, right? This will be taken care of. You just worry about like passing those courses. You worry about being the excellent doctor that you can be, right? And you'll come out of this like with a viable degree, ready to jump into the field wherever you like to be, right? Invest in that sector too, and then you can also have the Medicare for all. Now, then you'll have the doctor supply to service the medical demand. That would be the case in such a situation.
And I
No,
think there's
you go
go
first.
ahead. I was gonna say there's a theme there in terms of like what Prime said, where it's like the Medicare for all, but it's like you can't do that overnight because like you need a supply of doctors if you have this influx of a patient population, and so that you require some sort of vision. Like, well, when you start investing now in education, train the doctors and have some sort of infrastructure there, so that we set the stage to hopefully have Medicare for all. And like that requires some sort of a long-term vision and long-term planning. And hopefully some sort of payoff if or when it gets implemented. And then also like yeah, I think that overlaps with like sort of on that point of what you just said in terms of like the boots on the ground research, the foundational research, like set the stage for Ozempic. Okay, I don't think anybody I would say most or virtually every pharmaceutical drug that I know of, at least out of the top 10, okay, they all have their roots in foundational university level research. Uh, and it's like with that knowledge, pretty much nobody can predict of like 5 or 10 years later what pharmaceutical drug comes from that. But most people, understandably, it's not necessarily their fault, but they can't seem to make the connection of like the research that you did 10 or 15, 20 years ago might actually take that long for it to pay off today because you never know when to apply the knowledge or what idea gets spun off from that knowledge.
Yeah, I want to triple down on that. So uh, this is a common talking point you see from I don't want to just put this on conservatives, but just people who are science skeptic. Um,
Yeah,
that
that's true.
yeah, that uh, like look at this piece of research. So find something, right? Like look at this piece of research that doesn't have an obvious use now. Isn't this ridiculous? Look at you studying this animal, right? A very specific trait of this creature, right? Or this plant. Like our money, right? Our taxpayer dollars went into this. What a waste. Clearly, right? And so we should cut it, right? We should cut these science grants, right? Obviously, this is a useless bit of information. Why even bother? But so much of our scientific research, right? Like there's an endless list. Like there's a bunch of articles that tell you about these things that they come through accidental discoveries. You're looking at something in a completely different, unrelated field, right? And that ends up having implications that spread far and wide into many other different fields. But you don't know that until you look, right? So much of science, just like in general, like even outside the idea of research, right? It's just, hey, I want to go there. Like I want to go over that ridge, right? And see what's there, right? Like, hey man, this is like a cool plant. I like this a lot. Like what kind of poultice can I make out of this plant if I grind it up, right? What will that do? I don't know. It'll give it a try. Maybe it'll be a salve or something. We don't know like where like the big breakthrough um will be like or the valuable breakthrough or the one that has the greatest impact on humanity until we take the time, and that takes, and it's about like the groundswell of data, of research, of knowledge that comes out, right? There's so much research being done in these random places, but like it's like the cumulative work there that brings out these like one or two discoveries that are groundbreaking. But like it takes that foundation. It just doesn't happen otherwise.
And we have so uh, we have like the example that you gave of like and you casually gave it, like I'm just interested in this plant, okay, and like somewhere down the line there's this breakthrough. Like there's a real life example of that. I like to use this example of like Barbara McClintock, okay, like she spent pretty much her yes, she spent her entire life just studying corn, okay, for whatever reason she would just and this is like many years, like decades and decades ago, they eventually won a Nobel Prize, but like they just happen to be curious about corn. For whatever reason, it's like they just want to spend like pretty much like 50, 60, their entire life studying corn. And little did they know that like their research led to like the ultimate Nobel Prize, ultimately in a Nobel Prize of like, yes, the jumping genes, the transposons. But like, yeah, it was just her curiosity. And she just wanted to like study a plant that she thought was cool. I don't think it's cool, but like you're curious about what you're curious about, right?
Yeah.
Uh, and that was a huge groundbreaking research. It took like 40 or 50 years, and there was actually at the time, historically, there was a lot of pushback against her because like she was not, let's say, accepted in the scientific community, because like, yeah, people viewed her research as whatever, crazy or the whatnot. But let's say the evidence backed her up, and thankfully history looks back on her fondly, and she won the Nobel Prize. But like, yeah, it was just pure curiosity. It was just like, I want to study corn, and I just think corn is cool. Mhm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just pure curiosity, and that's where like, yeah, it does see, well, this has been going on for a while, but like, yeah, the call sort of like, the culture, sort of the mentality is like, yeah, unless you're getting one of those useful degrees, it's like college is a waste of time type of thing, or university is a waste of time.
Um, so I think so far this has been actually a really good stream. We just started on one topic, but we had so much to discuss as we like continued on. Do we want to take in call-ins? Do you want to give that a try? Okay. I want. Go ahead. Okay.
I also had a yeah, someone wants to come up. I just wanted to bring up also, a little Thanksgiving topic since I believe it's American Thanksgiving this upcoming week, right? Uh, so, and it's science related in terms. So, from what I understand, at least from some of the news articles that I'm reading, uh, is the price of turkeys has increased, and I believe one of the reasons that the price of turkeys have increased is due to avian influenza, and sort of there's a bunch of, well, unfortunately, birds that have had to been culled, and well, I think one of the reasons why the avian influenza is like having this dramatic effect is because, like, I think, you know, there's not much monitoring going on these days, or like, let's say the institutions that are typically have been responsible for hopefully monitoring and controlling situations, there doesn't seem too much interest there anymore as a result of the administration. I don't know if you, yeah,
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear through my phone. I got to keep myself muted so it's like a not echo.
Okay.
I think I will have to also unmute my phone, which is fine. It's fine.
Gotcha. Okay.
No, no,
Yeah, I'm just here to help y'all do that and then I'll hop down. But yeah, just kick me whenever you need to kick me. Okay. I don't know. I don't I guess I lost the plot on the turkey thing that Corey was just talking about. Why does the price of turkey raise with influenza? I guess that
yeah, I
makes
believe there's a lack of supply of turkeys, right? I think roughly, I think the number that I saw was around like 3 to 4 million have had to been called. Well, 3 to 4 million. I think they include like birds, ducks, geese, turkeys. So how many are the actual turkeys? But yeah, I believe there's basically less supply than anticipated as a result of avian influenza and the culling that has occurred.
I guess I'm that uneducated that I didn't know that it came from turkeys. Like I knew it came from birds, but I didn't know it came from turkeys. That's like actually crazy to find out. That's how we knew about COVID. Cool. I feel like it's pretty successful. I feel like there's a slight echo from someone, but other than that,
Might
I feel
be
like it's pretty
me. Let me
successful.
double check. I think if you share your share a screen and include the audio if there's any screen to share with the StreamYard. As in, I'm assuming, let's say, although, like, just be aware that you might share a window or a screen. Make sure you don't show anything that you don't want to show.
I think the echo's gone now. So
And also, on sort of that note of avian influenza, and a sad note, there was I believe, a story published today of a human passing away as a result of avian, like the second, I believe, reported case of a person passing. I'll put the story in our group chat.
yeah. Yeah, I also heard about that case. The man was out of Washington.
Oh, but I don't think we hear Greg anymore, at least.
Yeah, I don't hear Greg anymore.
Oh, got it. Okay.
How about now?
Yeah.
Do you hear him now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Sick. Perfect. Cool. We did it.
Well, I will hop down.
Okay.
Good job. Teamwork.
Yeah, thank
Have
you so much,
fun.
MB. Appreciate you. All right, guys.
Of course. Bye.
Thank you for coming in.
Glad to meet y'all.
All right, guys. Awesome. All right. Well, we can take more guests, guys. We are coming in. This is different. Who's seen a panel like this on TikTok? Nobody. What is going on right now? This is incredible. We're actually
Not with pretty faces. Of
course. Exactly. We're actually talking about interesting panels, guys, with interesting topics on TikTok. Imagine that. And yeah, this is the conversations that I like. The interesting stuff, guys. Really cool. My friends Prime and Corey, guys, they have their TikToks that are brand new on the screen right there. Their ats are their new TikTok. If you could throw them a follow, I would really appreciate it, because they're trying to get their TikToks going. So it'd be mean a lot to me for you to. So Corey is there in the guest, but Prime needs some love on there. So thank you, guys. We got someone that wants to come up. Do not disturb here. They're requested. What's up, Do Not? How's it going? Hello?
I hear something.
Yeah, it's like sounds muffled.
They have their phone away. Do not disturb her. Are you here? Okay, they're okay. Could you try disconnecting your Bluetooth?
Oh shoot! I did not know I was live. I am so sorry.
Oh, okay. All right, no problem. It happens when they're tapping and stuff. There's like a little request button that they sometimes accidentally do. It's all right, guys. So we're taking guests right now. Corey and I are scientists, and Prime is our friend, facilitating, moderating, producing.
Prime is our politician.
Yeah. So we So it's we're just trying to figure out like a fun, in-depth, interesting science panel discussions, facilitating that, panels on TikTok, guys. So we're trying out something new. So I appreciate you guys sharing, especially right now, since it's we're trying something new out, and then also
and working out the kinks.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. And following them, really appreciate that. What is going on here? There we go. Cool. There it is. Yeah, man. It is a wild thing to have the. Oh, there you go. Do not disturb her. Does want to come? Maybe. Okay.
Unless they literally doing the same thing.
Yeah. Hi, Do Not. How's it going?
I apologize.
Again?
Hey, I
No
was just
worries.
laughing because one was like, I'm political, and one's like, I'm science, and I'm like, political science,
Nice.
and then nobody. But it is a
No, we
science
got it.
of politics.
Exactly.
I
Exactly.
love you guys. I think you're discussing exactly the right things. And I think a lot of people are hung up on like how they're going to work the markets.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not the way you should live. Like, I get a little hung up there myself. I'm not going to lie.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's hard to not, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
But
No, it's hard.
also, it's hard to not look at the market and not see a reflection of something, because I think that's what we're really looking for, right? We're
Yeah.
looking for
Yeah.
a reflection of our life in the market, and we're not seeing it, and
Yeah, it
so
can
we
be hard.
know it's false. We know it's false, and so that's why we get into these alternative markets, and
Mm-hmm.
like, well, maybe they just don't see it the way we see it, right?
Yeah, I think people
That's not true
people
either.
think that the science and is kind of being taken care of. We don't, you know, it's not in the forefront whether or not they are doing, you know, massive
Somebody's
cuts and
doing
all that
it,
kind
like
of
you're
stuff.
like, somebody's taking care of that.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And sometimes it's not right. And how do you know if you don't have any scientist friends, you know, and you're just existing in the world, and you kind of like take for granted that this stuff might be going, and you know, if you don't know anyone, that's it's
Isn't that
science.
how the government got stupid about tech when we're a
Sure.
tech nation?
Yeah. Yeah, over time, you know, these
No
tech bros.
offense,
And what's funny
but
is
like,
that
for
like
real.
a lot of people actually think and still think, a lot of Trump supporters think that Trump is pro tech because he has all these tech bros around him. So they think actually the Republican Party is the one that's facilitating this tech, you know, world and innovation and stuff, when in reality it's kind of the opposite.
But the
They're
tech
actually,
people know that's not true.
well, I mean, a lot of Trump supporters think that. A lot of, when we talk to them and they come in,
Well, the Trump supporters support crypto, and crypto is not supporting tech. Because if you really understand crypto, like, now we're getting into the part of investing in crypto.
hmm
And I'm sorry, I'm a little old school here, so I'm just gonna go for a minute if you will allow me. But
Okay.
we're getting into the part of tech, or we're getting into the part of trading where crypto thinks it's Wall Street, and Wall Street doesn't understand that crypto isn't stocks, it's tech. And there's this weird merge happening
Okay.
where I think that the big players understand that it's a valuable asset, and the small players are still looking for their entry point,
hmm
because they keep getting squeezed and liquidated and squeezed and liquidated and squeezed and liquidated. And I don't think enough people have really evaluated the tech, because what you're going to find when all of this plays out, all of it, and this is just my personal opinion, and if you'll allow me, I would like
Mm.
to talk about it for just a second.
Okay.
I think they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
hmm
I think that we know what's happening. I think the technology people know what's happening, but the speculation of what's happening around it,
Yeah.
just like AI, is overinflated. And a lot of those mining farms are now, because they're obsolete, because like, if you really understand what it takes to hash a function on Bitcoin blockchain and how much it costs for gas in actual real crypto, you wouldn't do it
Yeah.
unless you have the money to actually secure that information in the way that you want to secure it on a blockchain. Everything else is just speculation. ETFs are speculation.
Yeah.
Everything is just a payment rail, right?
Yeah. What do you
They're
think,
just
Corey?
turning
What do you think about
into payment
Bitcoin?
rails.
What do you think about Bitcoin and crypto?
I have no problem saying I am ignorant on Bitcoin or crypto.
hmm
That's I definitely need to stay in my lane there. I have no lane in crypto. Let's put it that way.
It's a technology.
hmm
It's not. But that's what I'm trying to explain, is like, there's so many, like, you are valuable to this situation because you sound like you understand technology. You sound like you understand a background of technology. And that's what's missing. That technology aspect is what everyone's glossing over. And that's what's going to bite them in the ass.
Mhm.
And that's what I'm buying.
Gotcha. Prime, what do you think about crypto?
So I'll speak on crypto, but I actually want to make a larger point
Yeah.
on the tech bros that you brought up previously. So on crypto, I think that the libertarian roots of crypto was like very like quickly abandoned, right? Like it was
Mhm.
all about hey, this separates us from the banking system, right? Like it allows freedom away
Sort of like
from the
AI
nation
did.
state, right?
Mhm.
AI did that.
And now they are demanding they're demanding
Yes.
payments, right? Like there are regulations from the government, right? Investment from the government to stabilize
Not demanding,
Bitcoin,
looking
right?
for it.
To
We want them.
make the investment more valuable, right? Um, because like less people are necessarily investing into it. So like there needs to be uh, institutional backing, right, for the top players to make the most amount of money. And so like those ideas of like being like separating yourselves away, right, like and having an alternative bank system if kind of just fall by the wayside. So I
Mhm.
think it's super interesting. But the larger point I want to make though, it's about the tech bros, the billionaires, and like the association with them and Trump, making people think that Trump is pro tech, right? Maybe pro tech, like capital T tech, trademark tech TM, maybe, but not like technology,
Yeah,
because those tech
exactly.
bros aren't necessarily um, uh, uh, focused on innovation, right? What they're focused on is IP consolidation, and buying up brands, buying up small companies into their ecosystem, and protecting their position, right? Protecting their monopoly position. That is their main goal. And it's not that like no innovation at all comes out of Microsoft or Facebook. Facebook does interesting things like open source,
Mhm.
but that like that is not their primary goal, right? In fact, Facebook has had like a lot of trouble innovating, right? Since like like Facebook itself, right? Since that product, it's bought Instagram, it's bought WhatsApp, right? Like it bought
Oculus too,
rivals,
right?
protecting its. What'd you say?
Oculus, like the VR stuff.
That might have been bought too. That's a
Yeah.
possibility as well. I don't remember, but like, that sounds
You
familiar.
can't buy this tech.
But yeah,
You can't buy
but yeah, the
Web3.
point is
You can't
that
create it. It's it's decentralized. It creates itself. And you can't buy it, and that's their frustration. That's their bubble.
Okay.
well, when we're talking, that's yeah, very specific crypto, but like
Yeah.
in terms of the larger tech bro ecosystem, right? In terms of these billionaires, yes, they want to protect their position
Those
at the top
AIs
of the
are
ladder,
coming from
and that
crypto farms. Those
sorry,
graphics cards.
crypto farm. I mean, there's some individuals
Those
who like
graphics
do
cards are
like the
coming from
crypto farms.
Yeah.
mining farms, not AI farms. Like those farms aren't built yet. We built them.
Who are you talking about?
I
We.
mean, people.
Okay. Like.
I know.
Okay. Well, thank you. Do not disturb. Thank you. Okay, Prime. Can you your larger point about the what they're owning and how they're like the horizontal buying out of Meta and the other companies?
Yeah. I'll finish that up. So yeah, they are protecting their market position. That like innovation demands risk and it demands a level of investment, um, like into R&D that you could do, right, or you could invest in like buying up another company, right, an up and comer, and either like actually integrating that technology or just like killing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it'll threaten your main business. This is what companies with monopoly or oligopoly powers do. And so like that is different, right? So let's compare contrast that, where like you are empowering that group, right? That very tiny group of tech bros, the tech billionaires at the top, right, to a different like industrial policy in which you are actually investing in like startups, right? Like let's say tech startups, engineering startups. Like if you are putting your money there, you're putting out grants, right, to promising companies, right? You're investing in those seedlings, right, and seeing what grows. A lot of them will fail. That's just how that works, right? But you see what grows. That's a bottom up strategy, right? That also, of course, requires like investing in education, so you can have the engineers and the scientists who will come up with those great ideas to start those companies in the first place, right? But like providing them with cheap money so that they can start something, and seeing like in what ways and which ones flourish, right? And in which directions they go in. And giving them the freedom in terms of policy wise, right? Like giving like sorry, there's a much larger point here, so I don't want to go too far astray here. But like even the policy landscape shapes like the choices that those individual startups make, whether it be um, like uh, like the internet, right? Like the internet itself as a platform. Um, like are we are is social media tied up in just a few sites, right? Like
Hmm.
Facebook, and TikTok, and Twitter, right? Are those the platforms that we're using? Are those things walled gardens, right? We could have an open internet that could allow for your data to be moved around and then be used by other companies, right? Rather than locked up in one silo, right? And to just wrap this point up, because I'll ramble a long time about this particular point, but just to wrap it up, it's just that like that in itself, if we had a different strategy where we didn't have all these walled gardens, but we had a policy of a landscape that says that weakened IP, and that allowed users to do what they want with their own data. That data could be used by like other startups, right, other innovative companies to do something great, but we don't have that, right? So
Hmm.
I'm just like trying to compare these strategies, like invest in the tech bros, you and invest in their policy goals, right? Which is always to protect what they already have, the mountain they've already that they sit on top of, right? Or the up and comers who are starting from the bottom. That was a
Exactly.
long rambling way of doing that. I'm
No,
sorry.
it's so true,
No,
man.
no,
Yeah.
that's a good
It's whether or not
good
like
good ramble.
we going to give more money to Amazon, or are you going to try to incentivize Amazon 2.0, or what I mean? Like, who is actually going to like take on these companies and give them competition? And right now there's just like mega monopolies, and they encroach into so many other places, that it's just insufferable. It's awful. Oh, do not disturb. You're good. Yeah, it's fine. I was just wanted to give someone else a chance to ask a question. Um, going
Yeah,
for
thank you for
almost
the
2 hours.
conversation point, yeah, Disturb. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
And,
Yeah,
and sort
go
of
for it, Corey.
springboarding a little bit on the topic, or just also maybe use an example of the tech bros, and Trump maybe looks pro tech because surrounded by the tech bros, but like uh, you know Elon Musk at one point was very close to Trump, but also a lot of his companies just get government contracts. Like
Hmm.
SpaceX is pretty much like largely, if not almost exclusively, run by government contracts. So it's like
Exactly.
I don't know if it's exactly they're interested in tech as opposed to like they want to further their companies or personal interests.
Exactly. Hi, Island. How's it going?
Hello.
Hi.
So
Hello.
I have a
Hi.
question, and I know nothing. So bear with me here. I am not a scientist or a microbiologist. I'm a
That's
candle
totally
maker.
okay.
But I'm curious about these major AI models, and the reason I'm curious is because I was playing with Perplexity earlier today, and I've noticed a shift with Perplexity just in my own use. So my question is, do special and my understanding of how these engines work is, what you put in, the higher the quality of information put in the prompt, the better the quality of response you get.
Hmm.
But I'm noticing all of my questions, the first source listed in their answers is coming from the White House.
What?
Yeah, I mean, it's such an obvious shift.
Wow.
And then you really have to dig into your questions like, but what about? And then eventually you get to the real answer with the scientific sources. It's so my question, I guess, is, do special interests and the government goose these major AI models to spit out the preferred responses that they want?
Oh man. I mean,
So,
I know that X
well,
does. I know X does, and preferentially with Grok will choose what Elon
Yeah, I
Musk
don't even mess
says.
with Grok
So
because
yeah,
I know
that's
that's not.
that's what I know it is messed with. But
But my question is, does the information that's being put into Grok and come out of Grok, even though you don't, in your prompt at Perplexity, is Perplexity pulling information from the Grok searches?
so Perplexity happens to be my preferred AI
Okay, cool.
model. Yeah, yeah. Now I haven't necessarily seen this, and I'm curious actually what you're asking it to get those answers. But before we jump into that, um, yeah. So I mean, it's a complex task to program into these models. Like, what is reliable, right? So, like, before we like go down any sort of like possible conspiratorial road, and I mean that in like in the blandest sense, and not like a negative accusatory sense. Just like we're just speculating here, right? But like before we go down that road, just the task of deciding what is a reputable source is extremely difficult. And it just goes back, right? It's a callback to what we were talking about previously. Well, if I was designing an AI right now, I was trying to get it to rank information. Well, yeah, a government website would be, right? A place I would say that's a reputable one, right? The CDC would be a reputable website to reference.
Right.
Is it so
But
anymore, right?
I guess
Um,
part two of my question was,
mhm,
if, and this is just if,
mhm.
the special interests and the government can goose these algorithms, um, how much of a role is that playing in disinformation as far as science and vaccines? And so do we need to be attacking it from that angle as well?
Yes, because there is a specific campaign. They've talked about this, like by they, I mean like there have been articles discussing this. That like there are specific campaigns to influence AIs by like we'll just call it poisoning for our purposes, poisoning the well information available. That if there is a special interest that you are concerned about, let's say climate change, right? Pull one for example, right? Like you can create sites, right? You can get them ranked up in the AI algorithms, and then that becomes reputable. It comes back to what I was saying before, right? That becomes reputable, and that's where it pulls out information. The AI itself, right? Doesn't have a worldview, doesn't have like a model in its head, doesn't understand these concepts really. It's just like pulling out bits of information from sites ranked by various on various metrics. Um, so like you can, if there's a concerted enough effort, right? Especially and you're talking about a specific subject matter, you can from the bottom up, like alter like what is spit out by these AIs, like by the time a user like you ask for a prompt.
Dang, that's wild.
Right, right. I don't know. It just and it was just it was a real casual search. It wasn't anything important. I think
What did you ask?
it had something to do with the I can't even remember his name. The economic guy standing in front of the White House was talking about the 11 companies that are built that are breaking ground on factories, and the economy is just motoring along. And so I said, what are the 11 companies? And the first source was the White House, and it
Well, that
named
might
the
make sense.
companies and it
The,
named the projects. And then I said, have they already broken ground, as so and so said? No, they have not broken ground. It's planned or pledged. And then And then it's like, how much did the previous administration, any policies play a role in these companies' planning? I mean, you really had to dig down to get past the White House rhetoric.
Well, hold on. That actually might make sense there, specifically what you're asking. First of all, are you talking about Scott Bessant? Is that the
Yes,
individual?
yes,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yes.
Well, it might make sense that like if Scott Bessant makes a policy proposal, the White House, like, and this is Trump, Biden, all of them, right? They Obama, they put out a paper, right? Like a paper, a policy page, right? That talks about exactly that thing. It's basically like a press briefing, and something available to the public, right? So as soon as they're advertising something, they'll put up a web page detailing it. And that'll be referenced by the press. And so, if you're talking about a brand new policy by the Trump administration, right? Yeah, it would make sense to go to whitehouse.gov to get like the basic rundown of that. And then from there, other sites, right? Like
Yeah, but
the
this wasn't a
like if
question
you're
about policy. This was a question about Besant said these 11 companies have broken ground on these factories as a factual matter. And so my question was, who are the 11 companies? And it's, said it gave me the White House source and listed the companies. But then I said, have they actually broken ground? As Scott Bessent said, no, they've not actually broken ground.
So they went for the
I
press
guess my
release,
question
basically.
is, there's what's the vetting process, if any, that the AI model goes through to say, is what this guy is saying true or not?
Yeah, the process,
Well-
the press release might just be the one that has the most traffic, or I mean, I don't. The large language models are just doing a word association game. I don't know if they're doing necessarily like any vetting process, but since it probably is a new event, I would assume that it's like this was the best associated time, place, words, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
that makes sense. It was just a question that popped into my head. Like,
Yeah.
is this part of the challenge that we're going to have to deal with in fighting disinformation?
For sure.
Is there an outsized influence coming from the government or special interests, or like you said, this was just a timely thing?
Yeah.
And then of course it spit out the most recent information that explains
Well-
it. It just popped into my head to question it.
Yeah. No, it's a good question. And I think multiple things have been revealed here. One, like what a friend Gregory said is absolutely correct, and that was the next thing I was going to go for. That AIs are the least reliable when you're talking about a brand new topic, right? Like things that are breaking
Right.
news.
Right.
It has the least amount of information, the least amount of time to absorb that, and the least
Right.
chances to find a very number of sources to reference. So that's an issue. But separately from that, right, to address your previous question, was that yes, it is going to be a challenge to deal with. We'll just call it AI poisoning now. This is probably a better term for this, but like filling up these AIs with a bunch of slop information, right? Or like putting in an alternative perspective, let's say, on controversial issues, right? Like climate change, like vaccines, right? Like or anything, really. So like both of those things can be true. Yeah.
Right. And this AI poisoning, is that partly why the executive branch is pushing for no regulation of AI?
That's a good question. Yeah.
I think that would be possibly
Yeah.
but I think that might be a separate issue. I think that goes back to what we were talking about previously in terms of um uh giving like having a tech bro focused policy, right? Like a policy that's focused on what's benefiting OpenAI, the company that makes ChatGPT, right? What's benefiting Microsoft, what's benefiting Google, because they want as much room as possible to do whatever they want, right? But I think it's still in their interest to have an AI that spits out accurate information. Maybe not for Grok Tesla's, that's another different thing. We'll put
Yeah.
that one
Right.
aside. But for at least for all the other ones, they want like the most accurate, most reliable AI agent. So I don't know why they would why they would want anything to poison that, to like undermine the trust that they're gaining from the public. So I think those probably are separate topics, but I'm just
Yeah.
guessing.
Okay.
Interesting.
All right.
Awesome. Thank you, Island. Thanks for coming up. I appreciate the
You're
question.
welcome. Thanks
Great
for
topic.
thanks
Yeah,
for
thank you so
thanks
much.
for hearing my crazy question.
No, it was interesting.
No,
Thank you.
it's good.
Bye.
Like I'm definitely not qualified to speak
Thank you,
about
Island.
how these large language models like work, but I can just I can share my experience and also just how I understand them. Of like, I just basically understand them pretty much just like what Greg summarized, of like, sort of like this word association game type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I sort of also just like view it of like, if it's just going to pretty much give you like what is the most popular answer, or like what it has based on what it's been trained on, and like the strongest association. And so, and I guess a shameless plug, I wrote a Substack article about this because there's a specific thing that at least in my experience with ChatGPT, AI gets wrong, because it gets it wrong because actually the textbooks get it wrong, or most of the textbooks get it wrong. There's a concept in organic chemistry that has a specific definition, but unfortunately most textbooks actually get this wrong. But if you ask AI for this definition, they will give you the wrong definition, because most textbooks get it wrong. It's a small detail, but actually it's a detail that matters. But all that to say, I understand it as like pretty much like I characterize it as like garbage in, garbage out. Like if it's just like bad quality information or poor training data, that's just gonna be spit back out at you.
Yeah.
I could be wrong
And
about that.
Most important thing is, you go first, please.
Yeah, I was thinking like in the aspect of like vaccines and vaccine safety and stuff, it's going to be really easy to have a lot of these questions answered by AI really quickly, right? These simple answers that are just like, about aluminum, or it's really like the same 10 questions, and you could really program an AI to do it pretty easily, I feel like. And I feel like there's going to be so much information about the medical science, and there's going to just be the mountains of the tomes of information for vaccine safety versus like the conspiracies of vaccine safety. And I'm curious, like the poisoning the well concept that you were talking about, Prime. Like I'm curious, like how that they could do that. You know what I mean? I feel like that could be like an avenue that people try to dissuade these models into supporting science, if that's what they want. Because we can see how these like for-profit social media algorithms will kind of give people conspiracies in order to easily explain something, in order to get their time and suck them in. But like poisoning the well in order to make them believe something different. If they're, because like for example, there is a I forget what the name is, and honestly I wouldn't say if I remembered. It was basically they trained an AI on anti-vax. So you basically go to that AI model and it'll tell you the apologetics basically for anti-vax. So it's like it's wild. You're gonna have AI on AI war.
No, you absolutely. So one, like, we're talking about AI, right? Like, please don't look at these things as like oracles of truth. Like they are not. That's not what they're doing, right? They're just like word association generators that they go through. Like you present a prompt to them. They break them down. They break down each word numerically, and then like they put that through basically a mathematical algorithm, and they spit out like an association of words, right? That should follow the next, right? One word should follow the next word, specifically when related to this prompt. They're not like they're not thinking in the same way. They're not reasoning in the same way. that we do. So like, just please remember that, right? That's
Hmm.
not I mean they're not useful. Like I was saying to the previous caller, Island, right? Like I use Perplexity. I like it
Hmm.
because at least from my experience, it like gives me the most sources, right?
Oh, cool.
And then I take the time to check those sources, which you all should be doing. You should be doing that, right? Take the time to go in and check those sources. Sometimes it's been wrong, uh, but um, like there is a path here, like if you have enough money right behind you, and these special interests too, right, like in climate change or um uh, uh, uh vaccine skepticism, or like hey, are public schools better or charter schools better, right? There's a lot of money behind charter schools. It would make sense if I was them, I would be doing this, right? Like if I was running a charter school business, like part of a charter school association, I'd be putting out articles, creating sites, right? And then having those sites link to each other, and all of them saying how much better charter schools are to public schools.
Yeah, exactly.
And like that's exactly right. And then there's like the separate thing you were talking about like creating your own AI, right? There are smaller AI models, or even AI models you can run on your own local computer, right? So
Hmm.
you can do. But like you could, right? And I imagine we might see this at some point in time, right? Especially if like the price, like the barrier of entry to creating AI models like falls.
Hmm.
I imagine we'll have like boutique AI models specifically doing what you're saying, Dr. Greg, right? Where people want to hear what they want, like want to have their ideas reinforced. Yeah, you could probably find like at that point an anti-vax yeah, AI model that'll tell you exactly what you want, right? And then you could say, well, the AI told me this. I can see that happening. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
I'm sure the flat Earth LLM is right around the corner.
Exactly, dude. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just apologetics, and it's just like the decision tree of how to explain this, and the cute little isn't it interesting that, or it's dangerous, man. And I think like we are. I agree with you, Prime. I think that like don't take them for face value, but I do think that they're going to be a bigger portion of our lives where that people kind of trust more of their life over to it for like menial tasks, or kind of like different things like managing their to-do list, their calendar, their emails, like, and you just kind of like have a conversation with this thing to the point where it's like, well, how, mine's Darwin. It's like, oh, Darwin, there's no way Darwin's going to lie to me all of a sudden about like this topic. Why would he lie to me about everything else? He's so nice about everything else, and it's going to be, yeah, I think it's just going to
Don't
be one of those things.
anthropomorphize them. That'd be a good thing, right? Don't call them a he. They're an it, right? Not a she or anything.
No,
They're an
it's
it.
it's good to have
Well,
a
if they have,
name.
the male or female coded voice, it's like it's on this
Yeah.
this sort of
Yeah.
primes your brain to like
Yeah,
accept it.
it's okay. It's,
And
it tucks
I
me
was
in. It's okay. I'm just kidding.
I was mentioning this like sort of in my own chat of like, I think just more and more, as well, AI is now everywhere, but just like more and more people are just gonna have the blind faith in AI. Especially, I suspect, I don't know for sure, I hope I'm wrong, but I think the newer generations like Gen Alpha and after that, like since they're not gonna know a world without AI, they're just gonna have like faith in it. Just
Yeah.
like the example that I used, so like let's say us or older generations, they have faith in Google, right? If you Google something, you'll get the right answer, as
Yeah.
opposed to 30, 40 years ago, you go to the library to look something up, right? And that's where you get your information. But we just more or less up until recently, we take it for granted that like, oh, Google you just search something in Google, you get the right answer. But that's not the case. But the faith is established there because Google has been around now for whatever 20,
Yeah.
30 years.
Yeah, but like even on that note, like when a new technology is introduced, excuse me, there, I mean, there's literally like a graph that like a model that shows how like these things go, right? Like how excitement goes about like the possibilities of technology, and then like there's like a period where like, okay, you actually understand the limitations of this thing, and then it becomes mature technology, then everyone like is on board. Like in that whole process, once a new technology is introduced, right, like there's yes, a period where like it becomes overhyped, but like we do get a chance to like adjust, right? We like when cell phones started to proliferate, um, like like we had to like adjust to like how are we going to integrate this within our society. Like in the movie theaters, hey, at some point you had to put the card up, right, to say turn off your cell phones because that became a problem very
It's
quickly,
wild.
right?
Yeah.
Nobody listens to
Cell
it
phone,
anyways.
yeah. Oh my God. Okay, that's another thing. But like a cell phone etiquette emerged where that would have been nonsensical. Like, what is that? Like, like 30 years ago, right? Um, and in terms of like the internet and like the beginnings of social media, right? Like with AIM and those like forums and stuff. Well, we had to figure out, oh hey, like there's dangers on the internet. Don't trust the words of people there. Hey kids, right? Like you have to practice a level of internet safety.
Yeah.
You can't just go meet someone you met, even though they they were sounded nice to you. And so like though I have all kinds of reasons to be very skeptical and wary of this AI revolution, like a whole list of them.
Hmm.
I don't want to sidetrack us, but still, I do have faith in the next generation to like begin to work that out, right? To understand like how exactly to use this technology, and it'll get better, but like there's still clear limitations here. Like how to use that to its fullest, right? Like what safeguards will be in place, right? Like even maybe the prompts that we're using now, right? There are people who call themselves prompt engineers, and some
Yeah.
people find that amusing and for good reason. But like there seems to be like for like heavy workloads, a way you can structure your prompts that gets better results,
Oh
right?
yeah. I
Now
asked.
this
Oh yeah.
this yeah, this idea I think can proliferate to general society, and then slowly we can build up a general knowledge base as to like how to use it, how best to like what to, not to rely on it for, right? Like all that can eventually proliferate, but right now like we're in the wild west.
Do you know who makes the best prompts for Gemini? Gemini. I just asked Gemini, hey, what kind of prompts what should the prompt be? This is what I want it to be. How do I, I'm trying to make a unique gem. Like, what should I do? And it gets like exact formatting, and it like makes it so perfect. I'm like, wow, that's just wild. I've been using it like more and more. Gemini 3 just came out, guys. It's unbelievable. I like overnight. I was, because I do use it for my thumbnails on my YouTube thumbnails and stuff, and all of a sudden it was like boom, like 10 100 times better. I'm like, what happened? And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, the news dropped that it got better. And I was like, yeah, dude, it's the pace that these things are increasing is just absolutely unbelievable. Guys, we're taking callers right now. Anyone wants to talk? We're just having like science question and answer, whatever you guys want to talk about. Give us a discussion. We want a topic in chat, like whatever you guys think. How are you guys doing for time? I know you guys are Eastern, so let me know how you doing.
So far, I'm good.
Okay, cool.
And the other thing I was going to say is, well, so as right now, I'm sort of like in between of how AI is going to, I can see AI making misinformation worse or making it better. I see, it always makes me smile at seeing people engaging with Grok on Twitter and getting fact check themselves. Like they
exactly.
think they're gonna show. But then I also see it to the caller's point of like AI might be the tool that just like might be the most efficient way to spread misinformation as well. I have no idea how it's gonna go. But
yeah, dude, those are my favorite parts of X. Like I don't use X like really, but getting into those threads where people are like, no, Grok, without your lib sources, and then it's just like, nope, for sure, yeah, there's no Democrats that are calling for a civil war. I'm sorry, that's just not true. I was like, no, for real, try again. And it's like, yeah, not even Breitbart has this one,
and
buddy.
They become
like,
the
what are you
best
talking?
prompt engineers when they're not getting the right answer. They want.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's actually like unironically sometimes Grok is the best part about X. Even though I saw these hilarious prompts, and it was like, who would win in a fight, like Mike Tyson versus Elon Musk? And it was like, Mike Tyson is a really good fighter, and he's a really good boxer, and he has a lot of power, but Elon Musk has grit and determination, and I think that the grit and determination is going to make him win over time. And it's like,
But
it was like, do you think it's gonna win off of like physical power, like how, like on what way? And it was like, well, it's because Elon Musk is gonna use his engineering background and his wise and his smarts, not just his physical body. And you're just like, dude, this thing has been tuned up, bro. There's no way.
yeah, and like to the previous caller's point, and we'd love to have more callers if you're out there. Feel free to jump in. On the previous caller's point, like there's not like there isn't an incentive um, for like the AI makers to make some level of adjustment,
Mhm.
right? Now I don't know. I don't have much evidence that like well. Okay, I do have a little bit of evidence on this in terms of Google. Let me go back to that later. But I don't have much evidence to say that most of the major players are actually doing this right now. But the incentives are there, right? Especially if these things become more and more well adopted, right? If you are the source of the font of knowledge, then yes, like to slightly alter that for your benefit, the chances, the opportunity is there. Like Elon Musk is the most clownish of them all, right?
Uh-huh.
Like tuning Grok to be aggrandizing of him. But like, I mean, like Grok is his baby. It shows it reflects the personality of its creator.
Yes.
And yeah, he's narcissistic and he's shallow and he's an empty shell, and so of course he needs praise wherever he can get it. So there's that. But in terms of a Gemini, right? Now there's articles talking about this as well. Gemini doesn't want to talk about Trump. Um,
Yes.
if you enter in topics relating to Trump, right, it will like instead of like giving you an answer, it'll just give you Google search results with
Hmm.
that question.
I just don't. I can't do this. I can't. I can't take these questions on because I was trying to make um, images of like public health workers in our community fighting up against this like giant virus and with Trump and RFK and stuff, and it glitched out and it said like, oh, I can't make this, and if it's political then it kind of it won't, or it's there's some like weird limitations, but then I could get it doing some things, but then the video didn't work. It's honestly very weird. Sometimes, or it refuses to use like the right RFK. Like I'll say use RFK's face, and it'll be just like generic dude, and then I'm like, okay, no, put this face in there for him, and it's like, nope, he doesn't Gemini doesn't do anything for it. So it's very odd, man. It is very odd. Honestly,
But it's not.
Grok is the one that will do just kind of like anything. Grok is very. They're jonesing for some copyright strikes, to be honest with you.
But I push back that it's not odd, right? It actually like this goes to the caller's point,
Hmm.
Island, right? That like Google is like deathly afraid of conflict with the Trump administration. They've made
Mm.
the active choice to put a guardrail in place to say, do not respond at all, positive, negative at all, when it comes to Trump, right?
Yeah.
And I didn't know about this about image generation, but that makes sense as well. Don't make an image involving Trump or members of his administration, right? Anything within that sphere, just don't touch it. That is uh, a self-protecting a way to appease like the regime, right? And the regime that the administration that provides you with like very valuable government contracts, right? And so if that's like a very public example of them
Mm-hmm.
interfering. Interfering sounds weird. These aren't like pure like AI beings previously, right? Unmarked, untouched by man. But
Mm-hmm.
still, right? They're making a specific political intervention for their own benefit. Google did that so they don't piss off Trump.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so, man.
The capitulation. Well, I mean, we've seen it over and over. Just yeah, the companies capitulate. The one that stands out to me is it was a while ago, but when was it Tim Cook presented Trump with that little Apple whatever thing, that black, just like ridiculous thing.
You mean Tim Apple?
Yeah, that's right. According to Trump, Tim Apple.
Yeah, dude. They always just they're all doing it. It's the same thing with Jensen, the CEO of Nvidia. He's always like bending the knee talking about, out of nowhere it was like the annual Nvidia like meeting, which was never political. They never brought up politics ever before, and they literally Jensen made up like a 30-second thing about how incredible Nvidia is because of like Trump, and they wouldn't be able to do the thing if it wasn't for him. And it's just like, oh my gosh, dude, he's like, it's so shameless and it's so boring. It's just it's the same thing with I don't know, man. He's just so it's so easy to manipulate him, and it's so easy to see what he wants, and other leaders see that. Business leaders see that. Mom Donnie saw that today, where he's just so thirsty for the spotlight. He's so narcissistic. He has to be in the center of everything. It's so gross.
To the point that it seems like now Trump is a pro-social democrat now.
I know he wants to live in the city. He wants to. He wouldn't be opposed.
For those who don't know what we're referring to, Trump had a meeting with Zoran Mandani earlier, yesterday, I guess, and it was. I mean, they got along really well. For whatever be surprised, Mom Donnie managed to charm even Trump, right? And so yeah, they had like a swell meeting, and like they had like a conference, like a press conference, in which like they got along like friends or whatever friends in quotes, right? But still, like much different from the rhetoric that was being spouted before. Where Trump is like, like basically New York is going to burn, and the communists like hellfire, because of this guy. Now he likes him, right?
Exactly.
And yeah.
Well,
and I'm curious how that's going to play out with the base, or is it going to have any effect at all? Probably no effect.
Exactly.
Rush by like everything else.
I think he's so desperate for poll numbers. It's going to be. We'll have to see. So, Eden, what's up? How's it going, man? Are you there?
Hi.
Hi.
Good. How about you?
Good.
I honestly don't get to catch a lot of your lives very often because I'm in Ohio, so I'm very it's very late. But no, you guys were just talking about AI in general, and you briefly brought up the idea or the fact that right now the White House drafted an order that would possibly direct the DOJ to sue any states that tried to pass AI regulation, which I thought was really, really alarming.
Mm-hmm.
Just knowing the connections between, first off, the fact that right now, like, obviously, you have people involved in AI that, like Larry Ellison owns a majority, like a vast number of data centers, which is obviously where the AI data is going to be stored.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously that puts him in such a place that regardless of who, like, in this AI race wins, of, like, what company it is, he's going to realistically fall back. It's going to fall back on him because he owns so much of where the data is stored.
Yeah.
And so him also being on, I believe he's trying right now to buy Paramount, as well as that went through.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Gross.
Wild.
And then I believe he also is one of the biggest people that is right now pushing for trying to buy TikTok. And so, like, between that, and he is also a big Zionist. So, like, there's that connection, as well as his connection with being besties with Elon Musk and having, like, high stakes in Tesla. And I want to say he may have investments in Neuralink, but I'm not entirely sure.
Mm-hmm.
There's also, I don't know if you guys know who the Dre Dossier is, but you absolutely should. She does amazing investigative journal work. And I feel like she is one of those people that hunts for what is falling under the radar when we're being distracted by the big stuff. And I feel like that is so valuable. And so just like the big connection with him being besties with Elon Musk, and the big stunt that Elon Musk pulled which I believe was realistically one of the first, like, outright illegal things that this administration did, was when Doge came in and basically kicked out all of the people in the Department of Education, were like behind a locked door and swiped all of this data, and were like taking all of this information that they should have, like, not be privy to, and now they like have just they have endless amounts of data,
Yeah.
And so it's just like them having such intimate connections with AI, and then with him getting Paramount, and even with him being involved in TikTok, with him owning Paramount, that would make him over how many different news sources. And then you've also got, on the TikTok aspect, you've got, that's how most people that are young, like in their 20s and in their teens, like me, that's how, like I'm gonna be honest, when I first started to get into the politics world, I backed straight back out of it, because I was raised hardcore like Christian, and my family is super hardcore conservative, and watching the news terrified me, because I started to feel like, first off, I had differing opinions than my family. I'm now kind of the black sheep of my family. But also, like, in general, just where the world was going, even from a young age. I'm 27, but even from being a teenager, I like did not like what I was seeing on the news, and it gave me such anxiety. And so, like, I really tried to do a like putting my head in the sand and just ignoring it and acting like it didn't matter. Um, and so, like, now it's just gotten to this point where obviously you can't do that anymore. But like, the reason that I really started to get back into it and trying to be more aware, and started to realize that there's so much that I don't know, and that even if I were to watch the news, that I don't know what I don't know, and they're
Yeah.
hiding a lot. And TikTok was where I really started to find a lot of that. So the idea of someone in such a prominent position of power that also has connections, and I mean, being Netanyahu's little pen pal, as well as being right there with Elon Musk, like, all of those connections, and him being in such a place of power is really, I think, alarming, because it puts him in a place of being able to control, like, be able to control so much of the narrative. And we're already seeing that, even with the, like, even just over the summer, as stuff has kicked up with, like, with ICE and everything the administration has been doing, there are so many people that's not coming across their feed. And you'll see, I remember for a while seeing people that said that they, like, when they blocked the Oracle account, that it completely changed their algorithm.
Yeah.
And, like, for a while, it was a lot of people that weren't seeing Portland stuff when everything was going down in Portland. And so it's just the AI thing recently with the Dre dossier and everything she has been looking into with Elon Musk and Larry Ellison. We just, like, struck on that point, and I was like, actually, there's a lot more alarming connections there than you would even think.
Yeah, I agree.
So yeah, I definitely would like
Awesome.
to hear you guys' thoughts on that, and definitely think also that it would be something interesting for you guys to just, like, look into, because also it's got connections within the medical world.
For sure.
Because obviously there is the fact that, I mean, Elon Musk's goal for, like, the Neuralink was what, 1,000 by the end of 2026. And they've had 7 this year. And I believe through dossier, she said they have had at least 4 of them, maybe 5 of them, where parts of the metal actually, like, rejected and, like, worked their way back out. And now, the way she phrased it was, he solved a hardware problem with a software fix, and basically fixed it to amplify the signals to function on what little of those metal fibers were still embedded in those patients' brains, and are still, like, claiming that it's working, but then are also sweeping under the rug a case right now, actually, where there's even evidence of a GoFundMe for one of the patients that, like, has gone off the deep end and, like, is completely homeless, like, is like not wanting to be among the land of the living anymore, and, like, just and so you would think he's to a point where he has friends posting GoFundMes for him. You would think if he was one of the first Neuralink patients, you would think Elon Musk, who is, like, richest man on earth, would be able to pay him a healthy sum for being a literal test subject of something that doesn't have a great success rate so far.
Exactly. Well, thank you, Aiden. Thank you for bringing that up. That's a really interesting thing.
Just a lot,
yeah,
but
no, it's all good.
No,
Thank you.
apologize, but
Yeah, thank you,
I can
Aiden.
speak for hours on Neuralink.
Yeah,
We started on
we're
that.
we'll definitely talk
I
about
would love
this.
to hear it as
Thank
much as
you.
you guys want to.
All right.
So, thanks.
Thanks, Aiden. Yeah, guys. I mean, I think there is, like, a weird power problem that is happening with Elon Musk right now, where he obviously bought his way into positions of power, $44 billion buying Twitter, making it a Trump ad, and then on top of that, $300 million. Because for the longest time, people were worried about Citizens United and super PACs, and it's like, well, that was an anonymous way in order to spend unlimited money, but he didn't have any of the super PAC problems, right? He didn't have any of the super PAC anonymity or spending liability problems. He just created an LLC, spent $300 million on it, bought his way into the White House, and then this is the #1 recipient of Department of Defense contractors now going in and telling us that we don't have money for USAID for starving kids in South Sudan. Like, wait, what? Like, huh? Like, how is that right? So, has he ever been audited? Has any of Elon Musk's companies been audited to see if there's any waste, fraud, abuse there going on? And if you think if there was, do you really think Trump administration, who just spent $300 million to get him into the White House, do you think that would be the people that would go after him?
I mean, specifically, as part of the Doge purge, he went after some not departments, agencies that, or sub agencies that specifically like would regulate some of his businesses, or like like the parts of the I forget what part of the government regulates cars.
I think maybe the
like,
Transportation Safety Board or National
transportation. Yeah, exactly that, right? There were specific subsections of that that like were looking into cars, self driving cars, and like he basically crippled those boards, right? Those individual like sub agencies that would have actually regulated him. Yeah, some of them actually got cut. Not all of these things, but like some of them specific for Tesla, and I think there might have been something for in terms of SpaceX's regulation too. But it was a while ago, so I can't exactly remember the details. But I do know he definitely did attack areas of the government that would have regulated him. So yeah, and then beyond that, there's like Larry Ellison, and I like what Eden was that the name.
Mm-hmm.
I liked what she was referring to there. Larry Ellison, is becoming extremely popular. Not powerful, and his influence is going extremely grown exponentially within like 2025. 2025 was his year.
Yeah, dude.
Oracle, is now through Skydance, right? Oracle and Skydance are related, right? I think his son,
well, Skydance Paramount, and also on that, I think Paramount is also like looking to buy Warner Brothers. I could be wrong about that.
Yeah.
No, I believe so as well. But I was saying that Skydance I believe is run by his son, if I'm not mistaken on this. Larry Ellison's son. And Oracle had already been involved with TikTok even before 2025 because of a push to and I think this happened under the Biden administration, right? There was a skepticism of TikTok and like of the Chinese influence, and so like they had Oracle handle the database portion. An American company, a trusted American company, handle that database portion. So they've been involved with TikTok for quite a while, and I think they're on the path to buying it, whether or they have or not. I'm not exactly sure. But in any case, where I was going with this, sorry, I'm rambling a bit, is that Larry Ellison is part of a small group of individuals, powerful individuals, along with tech pros again, that are within the surveillance state. Literally, Oracle started as like a CIA contractor, like creating databases. Oracle is a database company. That's the heart of it, a database company. And it was a contractor for the intelligence community, creating a product for them that turned out to be extremely successful, and then they branched out. But then there's also like Peter Thiel, right, who's also has a surveillance based company, Palantir, right?
Yeah.
So Peter Thiel is involved with this, and then like the big tech companies, Google, Microsoft.
NVIDIA.
I'm not sure about Facebook, but probably as well. All of them are part of this like budding surveillance state that has like very close ties to the government. So you should be skeptical of all of them, and especially when you see them buying up more sources of information or creating sources of
Exactly.
information in the forms of the LLMs. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So true, man. What do you think, Corey? Do you think how can we regulate the surveillance state on?
Oh man.
5 minutes. I just come up with
yeah.
come up with an
That's
answer.
easy.
No,
Yeah,
10 words
easy.
or less. 10 words or less.
I mean, it is frustrating because I do see like genuinely, I do think that there is a need to like revamp government and make it more efficient. Like like in a good faith effort, like Democrats should be trying to make government work better with less money so that we can serve more people, maybe be more proficient, productive, more equitable. Like there are like legitimate good ways of doing this, but I feel like there's so much of it that is tech based and how. And talk about poisoning the pill, man, like poisoning the well. Like, oh my gosh, Doge is just, they started out with like, oh, we're going to cut like $2 trillion of this thing. We're going to just gut it. And then it winds up, they're like, oh, we're going to do like $200 million. And they literally only went after like USAID. And it's like what? It's like the smallest program that had probably the biggest ROI impact. I can't believe it.
Yeah, I don't know how to regulate it. I wish I had that answer. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. Of like, there's a balance to be struck in terms of like government, hopefully doing stuff for the people, but not so much bureaucracy that you have so much red tape that you can't get anything done. Right? I don't know what that balance is. Maybe AI has the answer, or just outsource everything to AI.
The AI to monitor the AI.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what we need. We need the George Washington AI model.
Yeah. Like the surveillance state, this is like extremely pernicious, and extremely difficult one to spot. Sometimes they're obvious with their surveillance. I mean, there's a topic that we meant to cover on the Reverie, Corey, on
The flock
AI
cameras.
The flock cameras, yes, exactly that. There's a company called Flock, and they've got these camera systems, right? Like these like traffic watching cameras that keep track of cars as they're going, and they're like spread across cities. Like that technology in itself isn't new, but like the new part is that they've integrated these all into a single database that law enforcement can search. And it's a massive, it's a massive surveillance tool, and they can access this without like a warrant, right? And so yes, they can keep track of you, like if you're within these municipalities that are part of Flock, right? Which a lot of them are. They can just keep track of your comes and goes. These cameras are freaking everywhere, and now there's a pushback, a groundswell of individuals who are pushing back against that, trying to get their municipalities to cancel their contracts with Flock because it's a massive privacy issue. Yeah.
Yeah. No. I was actually going to bring up these flock cameras on actually the panel that we just had this past Monday, because like we were having a conversation about your data and all that stuff, and internet or rather tech companies having your data, and I'm not going to name this person, but there's a person on the panel saying, well, you're voluntarily giving your data, so it's like if you don't want your data out there, don't give it. It's like don't post on Facebook, and it's like, well, and like what are you going to do when you have these flock cameras all around you and you don't want your image out there? You're just going to stay in your house all the time. Is that the prescription? And so out of that, I have concerns about that as well.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It is tough. I mean, they'd be just completely. I just don't. I can't get over the fear and the dread, the black pill that I am taking right now, where it's just like none of the problems that exist in the world, we are addressing zero of them. It's just like how much can, like the worst.
No, you got the sugar cane back in Coca-Cola. That was
Oh, that's
one.
true. That's true. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And the beef tallow,
That's-
I haven't. I want to try those fries. It sounds good. It sounds like super good, honestly. I want to give it a whirl.
I'm sure they are good, but it's not solving any problems. It's not making America healthy again.
Dude,
That's
all
fair, but if
obesity
it's
is,
yummy in my
cured.
tummy, well then it can't be all that bad.
I mean, I can't imagine the world without the RFK. I'm so happy, dude. I saw this video. Oh my gosh, the RFK hospital. It's so funny from the Daily Show. This clip is so good, man. It's so funny.
Oh,
I'll have to send
really?
it to you guys. It's so funny, dude. RFK is just, he's so perniciously awful in so many different ways, man. It's just, we're really gonna have to like just uncover the ways of for years, I think. And it's like it hurts. The CDC was the gold standard for not just the United States, disease control, obviously, but the world. It was like the gold standard for how people, in helping the CDC come and deal with Ebola outbreaks, things like that. And unfortunately, it's just we're so far from that. And it's hard to trust anything that they say or do or trust. I mean, the crypto stuff, I don't trust them to regulate that because they're so far into crypto scams themselves. I don't trust them because of how closely embedded they are with these big companies to regulate the big companies. I don't trust them to create social safety nets for the AI and the mass layoffs that are going to happen in the next couple of years because of this. It's just like the slow moving nightmare hellscape that we are seeing in coming ever closer. It's wild to me.
And there's never any, at least as far as I can tell, there's never any credibility hit where,
Yes.
if you recall, like back in whatever early days of the administration, he made the announcement of like, by September, he's going to have all the answers about autism, right? And then there was that announcement about Tylenol. And like, that was it. But like,
Yeah.
literally nothing. It was a crazy announcement, and that whole whatever press conference was like absolutely wild. But it's like, but they just announced it, and they're like, they brushed it. Well, now there's this aspect here on like the website. Why is it not on the website? Declaring that well they have found the cause of autism. Because I think they know. But like, yeah, in my opinion, he did not honor his promise of like by September we're gonna have the answers about autism. Okay, like to me that press conference is just like I have to come up with something, so let's just blame Tylenol. Like, but he hasn't lost credibility for that, as far as I can tell.
I mean, like RFK?
Yeah,
RFK. Not like what credibility is there to lose?
Well, I mean,
Exactly. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that so nice? Like they can say whatever.
But there's clearly, unfortunately, people that take him very seriously. They want him in charge of the "Make America Healthy Again" movement, right?
Well, these are the people. Yeah. These are the people who took seriously Trump's promise of 90 deals in 90 days.
Yeah.
Guys, do you remember this? In terms of the tariffs, right?
Exactly.
When you use the tariffs as a negotiating tactic to get a bunch of countries, right, across the world to come to renegotiate trade deals. He got a few, right? Like a handful of deals,
but not trade. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, no, like real trade, like a NAFTA style like trade deal. It's just like it's just like these weird tariff agreements. It's insane.
Signed, yeah.
Yeah, it's why.
Well, I'm not sure if there was or there signed documents. I don't know, but like I know there were promises made, right? And sometimes the promises are ones that the government, like the foreign governments, they can't even keep. Right, like there was, and I think Japan did this, and I think a few other countries did as well. But like Japan, if I remember correctly, and I hope I'm not giving any misinformation here, but like if I remember correctly, they promised to buy a certain number of like Boeing like jets, right, like part of our aerospace industry, right, to benefit that. But like the Japanese government can't actually compel their airline industry to make those purchases, right? But Trump gets to put that into a press conference, right? Into a press blast. There are headlines like, "Well, Trump negotiated a deal, and Japan will buy a certain level of a certain number of these planes, right?" And he'll just run off of that, and he'll reference that whenever it's convenient, right? Without anyone actually checking into it. And this kind of keeps getting repeated within this administration, in which like there are promises like plainly ridiculous ones, right? One that Saudi Arabia, this is a brand new one. Saudi Arabia is going to invest 12 trillion
Yeah.
into
Yeah, I saw that. He was just making
trillion.
numbers up, dude.
Well,
It's
making numbers up.
crazy.
Isn't that like?
Just-
I have to imagine that's just bigger than their total GDP. I don't actually.
it was a
They're
trillion.
bigger than GDP
It was-
of
it-
Africa.
no, there was $1 trillion. They were going to invest $1 trillion in the United States, and you're just like, what?
Yeah, like that. So the number that it seems more realistic is just under $1 trillion. That was what like that number was. But then it somehow got escalated to like 12 trillion, somehow, right? But then,
Oh my gosh.
like that $1 trillion again. What does that actually look like, right? You put out a big number, but like, do we have a plan for that? Have they presented a plan? What industries are they going to invest in? What projects are they going to do? None of that has to happen, right? You just put out a number. Even that happened with freaking, what was it Mark? Sorry, the guy that had a Facebook.
Oh, Mark
Wahlberg.
Zuckerberg.
Mark
Zuckerberg, yeah.
Zuckerberg, right?
The
Yeah.
Wahlberg.
I believe, if I remember, I'm
It's like-
sorry. I'm glad I
Library.
don't want to remember these people. Okay, right? But he was in a meeting with Trump, right? I think with other tech boys as well, and like Trump was asking for like a level of investment, and he said, I believe it was Mark Zuckerberg. He was like, "Oh, well, what number do you want?"
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
remember
Throw out
the
a
leaked
number.
audio.
Well,
the
dude,
hotline or whatever.
exactly, dude. There's huge problems right now with the government closure. Like we don't have economic data now, like to fill in those. Like October is completely gone economically. We have no idea what happened. So it's like there's real problems right now, and you don't have. Basically, companies could just kind of just make stuff up. I don't know. It's just there's not the stringency that you've seen, like in Tesla, for example, like on his call, Elon Musk talking about how Tesla is going to be the first $10 trillion company and stuff like that. Like on these calls, like they're supposed to be very rigorous. You have like your chief financial officer reading out. They're very dry, but then you have now kind of like them being a spectacle and not being taken seriously. And Tesla's a big part of the economy, and they're like they said, they're a huge source of government contracts, guys. So the fact that he's just making numbers up in these things, like any other small business would be just reamed, and you'd fire them, and they would have some type of impact, something. But we just, what do we do now? And it's just, nobody is going to upset the apple cart because nobody wants to upset Trump. So now these business leaders, this is how business becomes co-opted into a fascist state, where now you have the merger of government and financial and corporate interests, and it's very unnerving, to say the least.
I agree, and it's just interesting to hear the claims that Elon is making now about the Optimus robot. Like you said, he's pretty much making the pitch that like this is going to be there's going to be the biggest demand in the world for these things. But he was making the same claims about the Cybertruck, right?
Yeah.
Like they're going to be flying off the lines, and I think it's fair to say at this point that the Cybertruck was a massive failure. But he takes no credibility or like any hit for that whatsoever. This is like just move on. And now I don't actually know for sure, but I suspect the Optimus robot is going to be just another Cybertruck type of thing.
Yeah, dude. Oh my gosh,
but,
did you guys see those Chinese bots? By the way, how they walked?
Yeah.
That was wild. The reporters in the area didn't believe that it was an actual robot, and they cut it open live on stage to make sure that it was actually a robot and there was nobody in there. It's like wild, dude.
What? I missed this. I actually
Yeah.
don't know what you guys are talking about here.
It's crazy. It was basically they want like a robot that is kind of the same sphere, dimensions of a human so that they can work within our space more easily. And they demonstrated it with this Chinese robot that was just incredible. It was moved so effortlessly and with like elegance, and walked really smoothly, and you're just like, wow, this is incredible.
Yeah, what the Chinese what the Chinese appear to be doing in the robotic space seems to be
Yeah, dude. It's incredible. The ability to high-speed rail deployments, the renewable and sustainable energy deployments, just like they are just massively outbuilding us infrastructure-wise. I mean, they're talking about it, and Ezra Klein talked about it in abundance. I mean, we're talking about like tens of thousands of miles of high-speed rail. We've never haven't even completed 1 mile yet. But yeah, I'm actually, high-speed rail is something that I'm actually, I don't know, man. I am kind of like skeptical about, to be honest with you. I don't know if like maybe we've kind of lost that chance of going to high-speed rail. Maybe we use the infrastructure that we already have, which is cars, and maybe we kind of like push into kind of the autonomous, smaller, self-driving car space, and instead of trains. I don't know. It feels like
a self-driving bus.
Yeah. There's like it seems to be like we kind of have to go with the infrastructure that we have right now. I don't think that we're in the space to be, making tens of thousands of miles of high-speed rail. I mean, it would be nice. You know what I'm saying? If I could start 50 years ago, that's where the direction that you go in. But now it seems like too little, too late.
Oh yeah, I believe China's had the advantage of like they're in the process of developing and largely depending on what you're talking about, trying to play catch up to the United States. Although when it comes to high speed rail, obviously they surpassed that because since they started developing that fairly recently, the United States is traditional railroad, and so they have the opportunity. And I think you see that now, like not that China's doing everything amazingly, but it seems like they're making deep investments in technology and trying to actually be the technological leader in the world, especially when it comes to, at least from what I can tell, like you brought up, like the robotics and like the high-speed rail, and they're trying to develop their own sort of chip technology, and it's like, well, as the Chinese seem to be heavily investing, and like the United States is not investing as much.
We're like divesting. Like the projects that are 90% completed, renewable and sustainable energy production sites that are like based off of like sodium reactors and stuff like that. Like we're closing that down. We're literally going in reverse just because they're like 90% done, billions spent, and just because Trump doesn't like renewable and sustainable energy, they're stopping that stuff. And it's like, it's just
he doesn't like wind or solar. And from the data that I've seen, if I remember correctly, it's like if you're comparing like the amount of like nuclear power plants that China's building, like pretty much China's in the process of like trying to build new nuclear power plants, and the U.S. is like, I believe, in the process of like trying to just like revive old ones that are like shut down. And that there's and just like it seems like just the scaling that the Chinese are doing, at least when it comes to these green technologies, they're just like massively outpacing what the United States is doing.
I'm only just seeing. I was looking at this Xpeng robot. That's what we're referring to. And like the movement. Pretty intense. Like I have yet to see in America an American humanoid robot move in this way. Certainly not fucking Optimus.
What was it? Boston Dynamics or something? The robot one.
Boston Dynamics has been pretty good. They've like they're the closest as I've seen. Is Boston Dynamics to exactly this. But clearly, I mean, we're seeing great amounts of like innovation coming from them. Yeah, this is actually incredible. I was just watching a video on that. But yeah, in terms of innovation, we're seeing a lot coming out of China. They are making very specific investments. And compare and contrast that to what happened here in America, right? Talking about high-speed rail. Like the Chinese built like miles and miles of high-speed rail, like crisscrossing the country. So very useful for moving the population around. There was an effort to I'd build a high-speed rail like through like New York, Washington, New Jersey,
Mm-hmm.
probably Philadelphia, I'm guessing as well, into Washington, in Washington D.C. at the end. There was an effort to like build a high-speed rail line there. That got blocked by New Jersey Governor Chris. What was his name? Chris. I'm blanking on it. But someone in chat, I'm sure, will let us know. But he was a Republican governor, and he just did that for like political points. He like, sabotaged this project that had gone through the process, right? Like had like
Oh, Chris
bought
Christie, yeah.
money. Chris Christie, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Chris Christie, he sabotaged this project. They had so much years had gone into putting this together, but at that moment, he was going to get a political benefit to say like, oh, I'm not going to let like this government money be spent, right? Like because this was unnecessary, right? And I'm going to be a hard charger there. Like I'm going to be tough on the budget, you know.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of the fiscal of discipline that I have, right? Like complete nonsense. Now, literally now, this was like 15 years ago or something, or a decade, or maybe 15 years ago or something that this happened. And only now are they trying to restart that project, right? All those years
Oh my gosh,
lost.
that's crazy.
And
They're actually starting to restart it. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, dude. That's wild. I mean, sometimes I guess you have to. I mean, this is what Newsom like talks about. It's the bane of his existence, this high-speed rail thing, because it's just like every time, every decade is another $50 billion that California spends on this thing, dude, and it still isn't built. And they're basically they're building something from like Sacramento to Merced, like the easiest, like whatever they can get through the heartland of like the the inland, away from a bunch of people, and it was just it's the smallest amount between two cities that they could possibly get. They wanted to like start at San Diego, start at San Francisco, and then meet at the middle, and then it's just all went it's just tough. Every stage, it's weird, and it's using a lot of like environmental regulation, but it's not made. The arguments that are referencing those environmental legislation isn't environmental groups. It's basically like other developers, personal reasons. People are referencing that not for environmental reasons, and I think that's kind of the problem and this is basically the direction that RFK took law, where they're they trying to battle. At first it was, God, it was like seatbelt companies or something with cars, something wild like that, and then now they're taking it and doing the same thing with this environmental legislation, and it's a tough thing, because it's like, if you're gonna, it's a good question, like legitimately, like environmentally, like if you had to have something go extinct, an organism go extinct, in order to save thousands of tons of CO2 a month, a year, like what is that trade-off, right? Like let's say that there is something that is a crucial habitat. Let's make the worst case scenario, right? It is an indigenous organism that is only there. It is a good part of the ecosystem. Like, if we save enough CO2 that the entire biome is saved, how is that okay?
The entire biome? That's it.
I don't know.
Huge.
Well, but wouldn't it? Because eventually, like the CO2 and the CO2 ppms like are going to take out the entire biome. Yeah, the biomes is like wetlands, forests, that kind of area. So like that local environment. Well, yeah, I mean,
yeah.
It absolutely would. Yeah, if CO2 ppms or something got high enough, that's the positive feedback mechanism that is climate change, and that would impact. That's how humans as a species are impacted, not just biomes. Is that if it? But that's my argument, right? So.
Yeah. I don't disagree with it. For sure. At some CO2 level, like, well, entire ecosystems are going to be affected.
Yeah.
And how they're going to be affected is, very difficult to predict. But I think definitely not in the right direction. At least not in the direction that's probably habitable for humans in
Yeah.
any reasonable way.
But you know what I mean? Like it's a tough question. I feel like I don't know. Again, I don't know. I feel like creating a high-speed rail should be the priority, and then make it least environmentally impactful.
Yeah.
That's the
So we
idea.
have, sorry to interrupt, but we have sort of a similar issue, or like we deal with a somewhat similar issue here. So I'm in Canada, but I'm specifically in Quebec, and we have a lot of hydro power.
Yeah.
But that requires the building of these large dams. And that's obviously very ecologically intensive, right?
Mhm.
And that's potentially environmentally devastating. And hydropower is generally considered like pretty green energy, so to speak. Or
Clean.
definitely,
Yeah.
Mhm.
yeah. But you have to have this massive infrastructure that is like, environmentally, you're literally reshaping, an entire area just to get that type of power. And like there are serious concerns of like, is it actually worth it, or like what are the overall effects of just like, building these huge dams and all the like, it's a good source of power, but then there's clear environmental impacts that are probably not easy to predict or impossible to predict, especially over the
Yeah.
long term.
Yeah. What do you think, Prime?
In terms of climate change, I think that I don't think we understand really like what the problem even looks like, because like even talking about the sources of emissions is political. The United States military is a massive source of CO2 emissions, a
Mhm.
massive source of, and we don't like discuss that. We don't really like intake that. Um, I've heard claims. I haven't been able to look into these claims, but like it might be like the biggest emitter of CO2, the United States military, and like the biggest single emitter, like and like we don't really take that into account. We don't like how do we like tackle that? Like what is what should be the policy response to that? Other countries, even China, are making big strides, and there's not like like necessarily like a pro-Chinese like stream that we're trying to do here. We're just like recognizing like this is policy that's being made by other global powers. They're addressing this particular issue, and I think that you know our special interests have so thoroughly undermined this issue within the political space that we aren't really talking about like true mitigation efforts, right? Like, what would that look like? A green America, that would be radically different. That would be, and that would be like quite the labor-intensive effort. But we're not even there. We're not even discussing. We're not talking about these things. These aren't on the table, right? What's on the table, which was something, was like, hey, let's put up some windmills, right? Let's put up some solar panels, and great, right? Baby steps in the right direction. But even then, that was less direct government investment. That was like tax subsidies so that the private market could put in some solar panels where it could be profitable for them, right? Rather than instead a massive like government rollout of solar panels, of windmills where appropriate, right? For like the public good, like a direct investment just to get these things down, right? Rather than have necessarily be concerned about like if it's necessarily profitable, right? Like that's a difference in mindset between these nations and other nations who are taking this quite seriously. Like, are you going to directly invest into this issue? Are you going to directly tackle it and not wait for someone to make a profit off of it necessarily?
Hmm.
Because if not, well, you'll have the American rollout of these things, where like we have even EV chargers are just like quite anemic compared to what you see in other nations, right? Like because we're not having a a unified national plan
Yeah.
to tackle these issues. It's just piecemeal and basically subsidizing corporations to possibly make a profit on these investments.
Yeah, it blows my mind, man. Like the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Act that Biden signed, I mean, they were both for that. And they had $400 billion in credits just sitting there, and they didn't use it. And then that was all used and raided by the Trump administration in order to pay for the tax cuts for the billionaires. Like it's wild. Like I think that is the biggest lesson of the Biden administration, that you can't just pass legislation, you have to enact the legislation. You have, that's the administrative role. The executive role of what you're doing is that you have to see it actually happen within your presidency, because the next one could just come in and some OMB stamp could say no, not approved, and that freezes hundreds of billions of dollars, and that's what it is.
Yeah, I mean we're at a, and again, this sounding very pro Chinese, and I'm not a fan of the CCP. I'm a fan of Chinese people, right? Chinese people are great, but but I'm not a fan of the CCP. But like just in terms of a matter of the structure of the government and the policy, right? Of being able to create a longitudinal policy like
Mhm.
into the future. Like I mean, they have the speed. I mean, like Biden, who I have many issues with, but within his administration, the Inflation Reduction Act, which is like this is one of their big pushes, their green pushes,
Mhm.
their infrastructure bill, right? These were efforts to have at a national level some direction, some policy, have some tax incentives, some direct government investments, and to direct our economy to tackle these issues. Um, 2 years later, from when that's passed, Trump's in office and he acts as that, right?
Yeah.
Um, from even if you take it right, so like I'm for directing government investments, but even if you take it like, well, I prefer the private sector to handle these things. Okay, right? If you are uh, a captain of industry, right? Either at a very large corporation or a small startup, how is this policy landscape where it shifts like a hard right, right?
Mhm.
I mean, or hard reverse, not right, but hard reverse.
Mhm.
How is that conducive to investments? Right, like if I want to invest into the American economy, to the American homeland, right, and within green energy, if I had done that in 2022, right, I'd be asked out in 2025. Right?
Yeah.
Like I'd have been fucked.
Yeah.
And this literally did happen. Is that these grants are pulled back, or these tax incentives were
Mhm.
pulled back? That's not a conducive, an environment conducive to business.
Exactly. Yeah.
Comparing that to what happened in China, and again, not pro Chinese here, screw the CCP. Um, um, but comparing to that, where like these investments, when they're making them, they're done. They're like that's what's going to happen. We pick the direction, and we're going to make these investments into these industries, right? And those who can make a company and make that successful,
Mhm.
they'll get to be the benefit of that government assistance. They'll have protections to help incubate that company and then help them flourish. And we have seen the results. The results are in, and they've been extremely successful. When we're talking about batteries, right? Like just batteries in general. But also specifically when you're talking about EVs, when you're talking about solar panels, and now they're going to go into AI and robotics. We are seeing these massive investments, and they're paying off. These are they didn't just start like yesterday. They didn't start 2 years ago. They didn't do this within a 4-year period, right?
Yeah.
This is an
Long term.
industrial policy. That's what this looks like when it's planned and when it's stuck to over a decade, 2 decades. These are the results that can happen. And here in America, just from the structure of our government, we are at a severe disadvantage, and I don't know exactly how to overcome that.
And well, I think this also like loops back or relates to pretty much like what you said almost from the beginning of like pretty much what's happening now overall in science. Like this is going to have like whatever echoes or ramifications like 5-10 years down the line.
Yeah.
And then like how is that going to interplay with like, you know, as you just said, what you're seeing now with China and EVs and robotics and let's say AI. That's the results of like some sort of vision and investment, you know, 10, 20, however many years ago. And so like as they're investing, and then it's like, you know, 5 or 10 years in the United States, it's like, oh, all of the exodus of scientists and, you know, the divesting of certain funding for certain technology. It's like, yeah, again, setting the stage for just the downgrade of the U.S. And well, again, not pro-China, but just maybe the descriptive reality of like the takeoff of China when it comes to certain industries, you know.
Yeah.
We'll see how it plays out, but like, you know, that seems like what the stage is being set for.
Got to come together, man. We have to come together as a country. It's wild. Like just like we have to like patriotically.
We have to come together with Canada.
For real, the NAFTA was huge. I mean, again, like there is no. I think that the trade deals are happening. They're just happening without the United States, and like it freezes it so much. Yeah, it's just yeah, we're just gonna have to see. You know, hopefully the tariff thing is ruled illegal by SCOTUS. That is, I guess, a way that we could be saved here. But you know, I don't know. It is. There's so much. There's just so much going wrong right now that it's hard to know.
Just as sort of also though, you know, the effects of like the tariffs and the tensions between the United States and Canada, or rather the tensions between the United States and Canada caused by, I think, Trump largely, if not
all Trump.
exclusively from Trump. There's like talk now in Canada of like, so from what I understand, EVs from China are effectively banned, or you realistically can't get one in the United States because the tariffs are so high. I believe during the Biden administration, like tariffs on EVs from like China were like 50 or 100%, or something crazy. Essentially, the point of like it's in effect a ban, and I believe Canada followed suit, as in like there's no, as far as I can tell, there's no Chinese-made EVs here. But that move that Canada made, I believe, was like largely due to the fact that like the United States made that move, and like you know, no surprise, Canada follows the United States, or rather, you know, we try to be friendly neighbors, and so it's like, if you're gonna do it, well, we'll do it. But now I believe there's talk now in Canada, like, well, maybe we should remove those restrictions and actually allow Chinese EVs in Canada, and then, well, there goes that.
Yeah, it's tough, man. Well, I tried to get these guys to come in. I tried. Sometimes it's better. Sometimes it's happens.
Yeah,
sometimes it doesn't. I don't know.
We had a few.
Yeah, the MAGA people. You try sometimes, and they get scared. But anyway, guys, thank you for coming on. That was really nice. I thought that was really cool. I'm happy we got the tech like all situated, and in future times, I think like. I think the like setting it up through this way or through natively through TikTok or whatever, we can figure it out in the future. But I thought it was like pretty awesome. So
yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah,
I thought it was I was gonna say, I haven't gotten a TikTok live. So you mentioned that there's a desktop app for TikTok Live. I haven't got that up and running. I seem to have some sort of like login issue. I can log in everywhere else, but the TikTok Live thing, or the TikTok Studio, seems to like.
No, that's why. Yeah, so I can't log into that either, but I think it's because I don't have enough followers. I'm not like live approved yet. So if you all those of you following on Dr. Greg's TikTok, if you'd be so kind, or anywhere else on any other platform, to go to my very brand new page on TikTok, tiktok.com/Prime Kai, and we could follow. If I could get a certain number, I think 100 or so, right? Then I can go live myself. And these streams would actually be much easier technically for us if we could manage that. So if you could be so kind. Oh, also, in going to our Corey Campbell's, what's your handle again?
It's Corey Campbell.
Yeah, he's in the box right now, guys. So he's like right here. So you can just like add him. There's like a little like plus sign that you can add.
Yeah.
And then Prime's. I put it in the chat, so you could like do that. So yeah, guys. Hopefully
we're so kind.
Yeah,
Great.
hoping to do more higher level debate panel ideas on TikTok.
Yeah. And you know, to the audience, you know, you can tell us like what you like, you know, what you want to hear about, right? You know, like in terms of topics, but also like in terms of format. There was an individual who came in earlier. Maybe it was Eden, right? Talking about there was a TikToker that was like really great, a great investigator or something, right? I'd love it if we could talk to other creators, bring them in for conversations, so they can be a part of this too. We love to grow this space. You know, this is just the first time that we tried this particular format, but we decided we'd be nimble with this. Right, it doesn't have to be exactly what you're seeing now. We can work together. You know, us and you, the audience, to figure out something that works well, that you really enjoy. So please don't be shy about that. Follow us, let us know what you want, and hopefully we can grow this into something great. We haven't even decided like necessarily on a frequency as to how often we'll do this, but I think maybe we can slowly ramp up to something that everyone is comfortable in terms of our schedules. I'm excited. I thought this was a great conversation. This was a lot of fun. Went smoothly. I enjoyed the calls. Thank you so much for those who did come in. And hopefully the others who were too afraid, maybe you'll be brave next time. We'd love to have you. But yeah, follow me on TikTok at Prime Kai. Also Twitch, YouTube, and I also just created a kick. I just
nice.
was like,
just in case.
Might as well just like do a full list, right? So I created
a Rumble.
You know,
I'm just kidding.
I think I do. Actually, I do have a Rumble. I just never used that. But yeah, kick.com/Prime Kai as well. As you see on your screen. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Greg, for reaching out to me. This wouldn't happen without Dr. Greg. Dr. Greg they reached out and said, like, hey, man, I've got these degrees. I have this knowledge set, and I'd love to collaborate with you. And he inspired me to come on. I wouldn't be on TikTok right now if it wasn't for him. So shout out to Dr. Greg. Support Dr. Greg. Buy his merch if you haven't done so yet. Buy all that.
Thanks,
we're having a great interaction now, and so I'm grateful to him. And shout out to my friend Corey, who's already part of my community, but he's a fantastic individual. So please support him as well.
Yeah, man. Yeah, guys, let's do it again soon. Do you want to say anything, Corey?
No, I was gonna say thank you for those kind words, and also thank you to Greg for having this idea, and thank you to Prime for inviting me and including me. I thought this for a first time stream. I thought it went great in terms of like no major tech issues and like great,
that was cool.
Great topic and conversation.
And honestly, probably, guys, I mean, I can't see anything major going on in science or anything worth talking about. You know what I mean? It's just such a dead time in our lives. So science issues are probably never going to come up. So
Not according to my Twitter feed.
Yeah, exactly. Not according to any semblance of the world. But yeah, thanks, guys. Let's do it again soon. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Absolutely.
So,
have a great night.
Have a good one, guys.
Well.
Awesome, guys. Well, please follow them, Prime and Corey. They are awesome. I appreciate them so much. Here we go. Thank you, guys. Yeah, dude, freaking Prime's I've been watching his debate panels on Twitch for a while. He does awesome content. And Corey, I've actually known Corey since back in the day when I was doing Twitch and YouTube and stuff. We were doing communications together to science communication. So it's cool. See you, Hazel. How's it go? How's it going? There we go. Yeah, guys. I think honestly, Prime's going to do incredible. He hosts really good debate panels on Twitch all the time. So I think that the debate area in Twitch would be really amazing with someone like Prime, because he puts time and effort into his questions and his panels, and I think that you could get a lot of people. Yeah. So yeah, I will we'll post it, and then I'll post it in the Discord too, guys. Okay. Boom. Hey, Karma. How's it going? Oh, Twitch. Yeah, it's interesting, man. So Twitch is like a gaming platform, but there's actually a rich debate kind of culture on there too. So a lot of people will debate and talk about that kind of stuff too. So yeah, it happens. Yeah, there's a lot of people over there. Thank you, Hazel, for saying that. All right, guys. Well, I was thinking about doing. I'm tired. I was like probably gonna go to bed soon. But I was thinking, before we go to bed, doing that GeoGuessr. Since we started that, you guys want to do GeoGuessr? I've been loving it. Oh, thank you, Kathleen. Thank you. Nice. GeoGuessr so good, guys. Remember that Israel 49999? That was wild. Prime Kai's. There it is. Oh, Maiden. Hey, how's it going? Prime Kai's. Nice to see you, Maiden. And yeah, guys. Good. We just tried a new debate panel conversation on TikTok for the first time. So that was a good one. I'm gonna have to take clips of that and post it for sure, because that was cool. It's a different format. Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you. Oh my gosh, guys. Thank you. Okay. Let's do some GeoGuessr. Are you guys ready? Dun dun dun. Cool, Night Flyer. Thank you for saying that. Yeah, I think like there's a lot of opportunities in the TikTok space for debate panels and stuff that are like that, you know. So I think it's a cool area. I think TikTok is an awesome place for debates. So there you go. All right, so let's try this. Whoa. Okay, where are we? Whoops. Here, this. Okay. Man, I'm thinking. Oh, shoot. This looks like. Gotta go back. What kind of language is this? Oh, this is like India, Southeast Asia. What kind of language is that? Oh man, I don't know what that is. Oh, it looks like. Ooh, yeah, Southeast Asia, I'd say. Temples. Let's see. 30 seconds. Good time. Okay. I'm going gonna say it's like Thailand or something. I got nothing, guys. I'm gonna say Myanmar, Thailand, Bangkok. Say try. Let's go Bangkok. The outskirts of Bangkok. I don't know. Oh man. Cambodia? No. Oh, it's Thailand. Oh, Vietnam. Ah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No. It's like in Cambodia on this little outset here. Whoa, what a cool little area. Svay Ring. Cool. Svay Ring, yeah. 3,500. That's not bad. Last night we got 4,999. I've never gotten a perfect score on here, but it does happen, guys. It's crazy. Vision City. Espanol. A big decider is like Portuguese versus Spanish. It can be hard to tell the difference sometimes. It's where you put the accents is a big telltale sign. Moxets? Where is this thing going? Santa Levana? Centro de Apodaca? Apodaca? Is that in Mexico? Apodaca? Is that a city? Apodaca? Oh no, I don't know. It could be all of Central America. It could be. Oh no. I have 45 seconds. Maybe I can just find something else. Ooh, is there? Honestly, URLs are like 90% of it. I want to say it's outside of Mexico City. Apodaca. I can't find it. Can't find it. Can't find it. 3,500. Dang. Yeah, Mexico. Yeah, that's a tough one. Was that? Okay, it's in Monterey. How are we going to find that? I did not see Monterey. I got that taken by that Apodaca thing. All right. Last one, guys. Ooh. Sun Eye with... Ooh, is that Arabic? Where are we, guys? Jewel crafting. Gmail. UAE. Dubai, UAE. Look at that. You don't normally get that, ladies and gentlemen. Zoom, zoom, zoom. UAE is like right here. Dubai, yeah, there it is. Okay, now where in the world are we in Dubai? It is usually you have these gnarly, huge structures on the coast. That's how you know where you are. There's like these just giant monoliths that are all outside. Look at this stuff, guys. I mean, Dubai, if you're not aware, Dubai is like having just like an architectural revolution. It is insane. Some of the biggest, craziest sculptures in the world are being built there. Why can't I go forward? What the hell? I can only go this way. What? That is so weird. Okay, here. 94. Okay, I'm at 94. All right, 90. That's what they named their. Okay, 44, 77, 611, 75, 20, 94. Where is 94? What, 90? 90, 39, 39. I don't know. Is this even Dubai? Oh, no, it's not. It's not. I'm way out. Okay, I had to change back. Oh my God, that was close. Oh, okay, 49.54. There you go. Yeah, it's called GeoGuessr. Yeah. Shaboom. It's cool. You get basically every day it resets. So you get 3 free every day. And you can go and you get to check and try to find 3 places on the world based off of just nothing but your gumption. You know what I mean? You just got to get it and figure it out. So, yeah, it can be pretty tough, dude. It's funny. Like my biggest takeaways from playing GeoGuessr is like how unique and amazing the world is, but then also how similar everything is. It's actually kind of wild. Yeah, Nightflyer. It's so much fun. You get to see where so much of the world that way, and I've actually developed a love of just like hanging out on Google Maps. Sometimes I just like travel the world. Like, hey, what's this in Google Maps? What's over here? You know, and I'll just go over there and just like explore. So. So much current more than where in the world is Carmen San Diego. Yeah, for sure. And these are cool too. These are like Google Earth views on my Chrome tabs, and then you can just hit them where in the world they are, and then that brings you to Google Earth, and then it zooms you in where that is. Oh man, well, I am too, Louis Scott. So I am too. Whoa, you can ask new Gemini capabilities to ask about the map data insights. That's cool. Okay, so these are just like farms or something. Cool, man. Wait, I have Pro? How did I have Pro? How do I have Pro? Let's see. I maybe I have Google One or something, and that makes it. Yeah. Boom. Whoa. How cool is that, dude? That looks so crazy. Just the idea that you could have this, like, this could exist, like, would have blown my mind, man, when I was a kid. It's so beautiful. The world is so beautiful. Those are farmlands, farm space. On our way to Australia from Scotland, my aunt stays over in Dubai. She says it's incredible. Yeah, dude. It is insane what they are developing over there. I mean, we're talking like these giant, like these weird, like, they're very weird. It's like resort little, like, fake island things. And then like just these massive like fake islands here. These are just like their own little peninsulas for like hotels. It's very weird, but they're massive. And it's so new. Like you saw, they just have like numbers for their stuff. They don't even have like they can't even be bothered with naming their things. They're just like they're just doing it so much. What's the Dolphin Bay Sound Bank? Whoa, what in the world? Sandbank. What is that? Oh, right. Abu Dhabi. Yeah, dude, look at this. Man, it's so cool. The world is so cool. Wow, 90% of Dubai's population is foreign workers. There you go, dude. Yeah, they're saying yes to immigrants. All right, guys. Let's see. dude, what do you guys think? We didn't even talk about it. I'm surprised. We should have probably the MTG. Like, it's crazy that Marjorie Taylor Greene is Marjorie Taylor Greene's resigning. Oh, dude, the qualifying for F1, guys. You guys watch F1? I love F. Oh, dude, it's raining in Vegas right now, so this is qualifying.
Piastri's 15th, has to get one in as well. Is on a better lap, but so is everyone.
Guys, the F1, the track for F1 is literally down the strip. Yes, she is. She's resigning today. I think, yeah, Island, I saw that. That was a really interesting point that you said, that they need to not declare. That's really interesting. Yeah, no, yes, immigrants are great. For president, you think MTG? I don't think that. I don't know if I don't know if she's gonna run for president, dude. I don't know, dude. I don't know. That's a little much. Maybe though. I mean, maybe. Who knows? The car on the left-hand side, like they're literally going down the strip. It's pretty cool.
Yuki Tsunoda, check
Look at that long. It's only been like a week of having Trump like target MTG, and she's already like tapping out, dude. She's already tapping out, being like, I can't take this anymore. No way. It's just crazy, dude. Oh, it's wild, man. It's wild. Oh, thank you guys. Dang, let's go. All right. Okay. Dang, guys. Thank you. That was awesome. Dude, I like those. Those things look cool, man. Those things look sick. The Live Fest balls, the Fest Pops. Fest Pop. Fest Pop. Fest Pop. Let's do 50. You guys gobbled that up. Let's do 50 then. Man, yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I mean, it's a plus 15% district, so it's not going to have any sway in the actual. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's an Mbop reference, Missa. Thank you for literally. Yes, a Hanson Mbop reference. That was such a good song, man. That was a crazy good song. When that came out, that was a banger for sure. Yeah. I was not prepared how Trump loved on Mamdani so much. I was not prepared for that. I'll be honest with you. I was shocked. Trump is so down in the polls right now. He's so down. He feels like he's not loved, like there's no positive attention towards him, and he's so crazed for attention that he's just doing whatever he can to whoever he can to try to win back some favor, and I know, Kathleen, that was so weird. It's like, you can just call me one. It doesn't matter. That's so funny. I couldn't believe it. Yeah, Lacey, I think that's a good point. Like, Trump is very cheery and amicable to these people. They do wind up liking him. I don't know what it is about Trump. It's so wild. He was touching him. He's getting all handshaky and exactly. Find someone who looks at you the way that Trump looks at Madami. Yes, Heather. Did you see that picture where he's just like, he's just enamored by him. He just loves him. Like, wow, he's so dreamy and popular. I remember when I was popular in politics and everyone wanted to talk to me. Yeah. It's so good. That's such a good photo. I'm like blown away. It just goes to show you, man. It just goes to show you that the Republicans aren't serious. You know, the Republican politicians aren't serious, and that's like one of the problems, right? It's so frustrating when they do stupid stuff all the time, like this whole thing with vaccine stuff. You know, it's like they're not actually serious about vaccines being more deadly than the viruses or diseases, right? Because RFK would just ban vaccines as soon as he got in. He obviously didn't do that. So, you know, we know that he's lying. We know that RFK is lying, but the only people that are buying it are the people that are listening to him. Like, RFK knows he's lying. Trump knows he's lying. The Democrats know he's lying. And it's like everyone knows except for the Trump supporter. It's wild. Yeah, Island, that's a really good way to put it. Trump is transactional, not ideological. Yeah, he's not dogmatic. But at some point he is, though. He is ideologically captured by like the white Christian nationalists, though. That's what I can't square that circle on, like, why in some areas is he so ideologically locked in against, but even still, even that way, like he allows immigrants at his places. He's argued that, oh yeah, well, I mean, the farmers need to have some immigrants, so we got to like have that carve out too. So he's not even that serious about that stuff. That just blows me away, man. Republicans just do a really good way of not being serious about politics. I don't know what it is. And that's what infuriates me the most, maybe, is just that they're not taking it seriously. And there's people that are literally dying. Quality of life is getting worse. I think average conservatives think that he's still better than a leftist, even though he knows that he's lying. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if they know he's lying, though. I think it's more of like, oh my God, finally, someone's saying it kind of thing. Yeah, Hazel, exactly. Dude went from doing the Saudi Prince song and dance to Mamdani, same day. That's wild, dude. That's wild. I love when Trump stole the reporter's gotcha moment and they mentioned the plane flight. Yes, exactly. Yeah, because they were trying to point out the hypocrisy. They're like, "Whoa, did you take the bus in or did you fly?" And he's like, "Yeah, I flew from New York to Washington," which isn't like, I mean, it's not like an hour like drive. You know what I mean? It's like pretty far. And even the Trump is like, yeah, I would do the same. What are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? That was so funny. Because again, that question, the essence of that question is that Democrats are more serious about the politics that they espouse. So, therefore, hypocrisy works harder on Democrats than anything else. That's what it is, right? And Democrats have to just be like, they owned it, just like Mamdani owned it. Like whatever thank you guys for all the gifts. Thank you, Kathleen, Neek, Frank. I appreciate you guys. Gotta just own it, man. Like don't be afraid. Mamdani in that moment was not afraid of MAGA, right? That is what makes Newsom so good. That's what makes Mamdani so good, is just not afraid. I agree, Heather. I was doing a co-working stream and I put it on and I'm like, what is going on? Like, this is crazy. I was not expecting to watch it or anything, and it was crazy. Was not expecting that at all. One reporter asked Trump if he still considered Mamdani a jihadist. Yeah, I mean, everything. It didn't matter. He's like, whatever. It's there's just... Oh, perfect, Heather. Nice. I'm just blown away, man. Blown away. Oh, I haven't watched the MTG video though. Let's watch that. What is she? Okay, I have to watch this freaking Marjorie Taylor Greene. Okay, guys, I've been known to throw down some original content. Okay, this is me. I made this. This is funny. I mean, right? How good is that? I love it. I'm sorry. I don't know. Thank you, Neek. Thank you. I made that. That's me. That's me. I made that. Believe it or not, resigns within a year. Okay, well, we're gonna watch it right now. We'll watch it right now. Okay.
Hi, everyone.
Biggest, what a psycho, okay? You have your Christmas tree up already? Give me a break, dude. No. Disgusting. Whatever do you mean? Oh my gosh. Renee, do you have your Christmas tree up right now? Except for Renee. You're okay, Renee. Everyone else in the world, it's not okay. What, Renee? We're gonna have to reconsider, Renee. I don't know. Right after Halloween, the Christmas tree, dude. Everyone has their Christmas lights up already. I'm trying to do it next week, right before, because the kids are off, and because I can use their help, So I'm like, all right, well, let's do that. And it's like 5 days before Thanksgiving, and my wife's like, hell no. We go one holiday at a time. We're all Thanksgivinged up. We're not going to be doing Christmas at the same time as Thanksgiving. I feel like Thanksgiving's just getting squeezed out, man. I feel like it's getting... We need to get a land back for Thanksgiving. I'm sorry. That's not a good joke. I'm sorry. That's not a good one. That's not a good one. There has to be... Is there any time of Thanksgiving? Is that Thanksgiving done? Is that... Sunset's 4:23. It is weird. It is very weird. All right, let's watch this poor soul. She had to endure a full 2 days of MAGA. All right? So give her a break. All right? Let's see what she has to say. I mean, we're talking about dozens of hours of MAGA hatred she had to endure. So, you know what I mean? So give her a break, So let's see.
I've always represented the common American man and woman as a member of the House of Representatives,
Really?
which is why I've always been despised in Washington, D.C., and just
Really?
never fit in.
Really?
Americans are used by the political industrial complex of both political parties, election cycle after election cycle, in order to elect whichever side can convince Americans to hate the other side more. And the results are always the same. No matter which way the political pendulum swings, Republican or Democrat, nothing ever gets better for the common American man or woman.
There you go. If anyone comes again in same sides, okay, they're both the same, I'm going to say this is a Marjorie Taylor Greene argument. Like, if anyone comes and thinks that both sides are the same, I just want you to think Marjorie Taylor Greene thinks the same thing. It used to be the Democrats, the left side, kind of like the libertarian left going, they're both the same, man. And then you have kind of like this weird academic argument, which I can actually kind of see, that they're both capitalists. They're both the supporting in of business, supporting of supply side economics for some points, supporting big capital. I can understand that. But now you have this same sides argument coming from the right, where you have disaffected Trump voters that are basically, Trump is too crazy. Trump is like way too crazy, so they can't like say, I can't say no to Trump. Like she still supports Trump, guys. She still supports Trump. She said on Sunday, I still support Trump, and then 2 days later called him a traitor. But like, it's disaffected Republicans now that are like, Trump isn't going to do the same thing. Isn't going to do the thing that he said, and they're both the same. So it's coming from the right now. You know what I mean? It's coming from the right wing, the same side's argument, as opposed to the left side. And so it was frustrating when on the left, when you're like, bro, obviously Kamala Harris and Trump are not the same. We're not gonna have the same presidency if Kamala and Trump get elected right now. So stop gaslighting me. Like, there's obviously one that you care about more. But here we go. How can she support him when he disrespected her so badly? Kathleen, that is exactly the point. Because Republicans support their nominee for president because they know they want to win. That Republicans don't take anything seriously except for winning elections. They'll joke about everything. They'll say everything's a joke, government's a joke, taxes are a joke. But when it comes to winning elections, they are very serious about that. And they come together and they don't mess around, and they get it done, and they all come together and they vote together. That's what happens. They decide to win. That's the beauty, and that's why they do win. How's it going, man?
Hey, what's up, bro?
What's up?
Not much. I liked what you were saying. I like what you got going on right now. Looks like you got some pro-vaccine information.
Yeah.
That's real nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm a scientist.
Yeah, me too. A little baby scientist, though. I don't have no PhD.
Okay, cool. Nice, man.
I'm a chemist.
Cool. Nice.
Yeah, I'm also a creator, my boy. I am, looks like, saying you're doing learning and political organizing.
I just got into the last column, so that should be the last one.
All right, bro. No problem. All right. Sorry about that.
All good.
Yeah, it looks like you're saying that you're doing some debates, learning, and political organizing nightly. I liked your pro-vaccine vibe.
Okay, sick.
So yeah, I just wanted to tap in with you.
Nice, man. Thanks for coming in. Yeah.
I read a book recently. I feel like The Invisible People That Rule Us or something like that. And it started off where she was talking about an anti-vax campaign, and she was talking about how we need like pro-vax material, because nobody that gets vaccines like gets out there and really brags about it, because it's just something that you do. But like when you're a dummy and you believe in not getting it, like you just brag about it all the time.
Yeah.
So I thought that was really funny that you have that like on the back. So yeah.
Yeah, dude, we're creating a 501c4 trying to it's called Make America Vaccinated Again. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to stop that's what the political actions are. So we have like templates for emails and calls so that people can engage. and then yeah, trying to kind of change exactly what you're talking about, kind of change the face or the idea of what we can do here, with like I made some these are all like ideas for, kind of like pro vaccine, like the idea of
Yeah.
these anti-vax people are actually just on the side of like pro-virus or something. So that's what this
Right.
video is all.
We have done it. This historic bill ensures that vaccines are no longer mandatory in our state.
Yes. More hosts for me.
So
Yeah, no, that's pretty funny.
stuff like this. So we have like little like say yes to viruses, protect our right to infect, or stuff
That's
like
your Discord that I'm looking at?
yeah. This is like stuff that we make,
Okay,
trying
cool.
to like change the idea of create like a patriotic message to try to say that it's like the American ingenuity, it's patriotic to look after one another, that kind of thing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm with that 100%.
Oh yeah. Man.
Is this your only platform?
This is my main one. Yeah.
Okay. So this is the one you make.
Yeah.
What else are you on?
I started streaming on YouTube about like a month ago, and then
Okay.
yeah, same
Are
thing.
we live on YouTube right now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, drgregshow.com. Yeah.
I stream. I stream on YouTube, Twitch, Kick. I just started all the extra ones.
Nice.
But YouTube, Twitch, Kick, 2 Facebook pages here, and Substack.
Oh, dude, tell me about Substack. How's that going?
I'm gonna lie to you, bro. You have the vibe that would do really good on Substack. I got up to about 100 subscribers right now.
Wow.
I'm grinding it out. I just made a pretty solid connection. So
Your internet's cutting out right now.
like creator that from Facebook.
Okay.
Oh, sorry about that. Hold
Okay. I think you're back now.
on. Can you hear me?
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, you sound good.
Yeah, you got the vibe probably for Substack. I imagine that you do some sort of long form writing, or it doesn't have to be crazy, but 200-300 words. You throw that together with your videos and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah, and not only that, but Substack is prime right now, especially for like the leftists, because the right, it's their game is different, so it doesn't go as well on Substack. But the app is just the easiest way for me to say it is they're kind of making it like a cleaner version of Facebook, with the ability to like listen to podcasts and audio like while you're in the app, like the Substack audio and stuff like that. So like people could be listening to us right now while they're like going other places in the app, reading or writing or doing whatever. Which some of these other apps kind of like restrict you from being able to like move around while you're viewing these things. So that in and of itself is one thing that is significantly better.
Wow. Because I thought it was just like a, wow, I'm totally wrong on Substack. I thought it was just like an email list.
No, well, okay, so it is, but it isn't. So like the way that the people are subscribing to you, they are subscribing to an email list, but all of the ways that you can engage them, it's substantially like more. Yeah, see, that's the thing too. I'm trying to put people on game. Low key, I'm the CEO of Antifa, so I'm trying to make sure that all my leftists are on all the platforms, because they're trying to silence us. They're trying to dampen our voices. I mean, I see it in my data, especially right now. My shit is cratering. But that's why I'm making it a point to be live on 7 platforms at one time. Upload that audio to 20 platforms after. I'm posting videos on every platform that I can. I'm on freaking old school RuneScape radicalizing, because that's what we have to do to beat this.
Are you really? What are you going to the bazaar and just like posting
Bro,
everything?
absolutely. We got clans on old school RuneScape. Anywhere that sick left radicals can communicate, that's where we are.
A base, dude. I love it. Okay, sick, man. That's cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna tap in with you. We will communicate in the future. I'd love to have you on my pod. I don't know if you have one or anything.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
You be cool, buddy. I'm going to finish my shift at work.
Hell yeah, brother. Thanks, dude. Thanks for coming on. I really appreciate you. Thanks for doing what you do.
No problem, bro. You too.
All right, man. Have a good one. Peace. Dude. Guys, it was awesome. Wow. I need to make a Substack. That was a really good, informative thing that I just realized I had no idea. I had no idea. Okay. All right. Cousin Blue. Hi, how's it going? Oh. No Amos Dreams. Hey, No Amos Dreams, how's it going?
Hey, how are you?
Good.
I said, what was the last guy's tag?
Oh, it was, I have him, he's right here. Yeah. Yeah, that was awesome. There you go. What's up, brother? Thanks for being here, man.
Is that him right there?
Yeah. MTC.
MTC.
STW.
STW.
Hell yeah.
I might have to go back down to see it.
Perfect.
MTCS.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, thanks for coming up. Thanks for that was a good that was a great connect, man. I love it. I always appreciate it. Thank you guys. Wow, guys. Thank you. Thank you for the goal. New goal. Cousin Blue, thank you. Thank you guys. What was that? I'm sorry. Sick, guys. That was cool. I love it. I love meeting new people like that. Just people that are like-minded, and that's awesome, man. What were we watching? Oh yeah, we were watching the Marjorie Taylor Greene thing. Okay, we got to watch this. So wild. She's reading her 4-page thing. Oh, nice, Renee. That's cool. No, you're totally allowed. It's okay. It was interesting. I guess it was really different than what normally people see on TikTok, I guess. So it was kind of like people like swiped away. I didn't get that many like views. I only got like 1,500 views during that period. So that was a little small, but it's okay, you know? So, but yeah, I think trying new stuff out like that is fun for me, because I like panels. I like discussions. I just think that like TikTok panels can be a little weird sometimes. So I kind of like want to change that, you know? I want to change what panels are like on TikTok. So we'll see. I like expert panels. Those are the best. Yeah, Skog. Yeah. Just I was trying to like a new format, a new idea, new format. I like the big cameras, just like 3 bisected, you know, things for like the setup for the cameras. I like that. Thank you, Nightflyer. Thank you for saying that. All right, let's listen to MTG. She's, for serious guys, she's a good one now.
The debt goes higher. Corporate and global interests remain Washington's sweethearts. American jobs continue to be replaced, whether it's by illegal labor or legal labor by visas or just shipped overseas. Small businesses continue to be swallowed by big corporations. Americans' hard-earned tax dollars always fund foreign wars, foreign aid, and foreign interest, and the spending power of the dollar continues to decline. The average American family can no longer survive on a single breadwinner's income, as both parents have to work in order to simply survive. And today, many in my children's generation feel hopeless for their future and don't think they will ever realize the American dream. And that breaks my heart. I ran for Congress in 2020 and have fought every single day believing that Make America Great Again meant America first. I have one of the most conservative voting records in Congress, defending the First Amendment, Second Amendment, unborn babies, because I believe God creates life at conception, and I love to fight for the little guy. Strong, safe borders, I have fought hard for that. I fought against COVID tyrannical insanity and mandated mass vaccinations.
This is what I'm saying, guys. Do not get swayed by her insanity. You know what I mean? She's just going to talk about, like, just... This is what I'm saying. It's not same side, guys. It's not... She's not... It's very scary. Sometimes people can look at these right-wing populist messages and be like, oh, yeah, I can kind of get what they're down for. Yeah. And it's like, it's very easy. You have to... Exactly, Island. She's reading 4 pages of just a thing that she's reading off. So, yeah, it's not good. But it's not okay, guys. It's like she's still... She is only anti-MAGA because MAGA turned on her. You know, she's not like... She's going, you know what, guys? That was crazy, and I repent on all my crazy ideas. You know, she doesn't repent. She doesn't care. She thinks that they're still right. So it's just, thank you, Kathleen. Thank you, Nightfire. 20 million? Is that right, Ruben? Is that right? What? MTG net worth 2025. In 6 years, she went from 700K to 20 million? Oh my God. You're right. Yahoo Finance, October 24th. Yeah, you're right. She went from $700,000 to 25 million. What? Bro, she has the bag and she's out of there. She's executed 450 stock trades since 2021. I mean, the stock market has also boomed like since that time. I mean, didn't she divorce like her husband while in office or something, or was that the other one? Oh my gosh. Well, I don't know. Their personal business is their personal business. But it's just, I don't know, man. I don't know. Very confused. I'm very confused. She has the bag and she's out of here. Exactly, Emor. Yeah, I was actually curious why she was leaving, but now it's actually pretty obvious. Like, why would she continue go? You know, why would she continue? Yeah, I think that's actually exactly why.
Hard for that. I fought against COVID tyrannical insanity and mandated mass vaccinations, and I've never voted to fund foreign wars with your hard-earned tax dollars.
Did she vote for the DoD budget? because she literally did just that.
However, with almost 1 year into our majority, the legislature has been mostly sidelined. We endured an 8-week shutdown, wrongly, resulting in the House not working for the entire time, and we are entering campaign season with
Renee, she's got she's there's hair, I guess, or it's, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know hair enough. Take a shot for every lie. Yeah, exactly, Scott. It's gonna get bad. It's gonna get bad.
which means all courage leaves and only safe campaign re-election mode is turned on.
No, Renee, I mean, that's the thing, is that it's like, I do think genuinely compassion, we should lead with compassion for people. Like, but I don't, she's never tried to walk back any of her statements. She's always just said, no, that was fake news. I didn't actually say it like that. She said like the Jewish space laser thing wasn't an actual, she didn't ever said that. There's just a lot of different things that she's like she's done, and then people are saying, oh, no, that was just fake news. And you're like, okay, let's say that you didn't say those exact words. Okay, let's say you didn't. Let's give her the benefit of the doubt. Was that not what you were alluding to? She was alluding to that. Exactly, Heather. There's no accountability. She's just allowed to just say, and then within 2 days she goes, I'm out of here with MAGA. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
In the House of Representatives. During the longest shutdown in our nation's history, I raged against my own speaker and my own party for refusing to proactively work diligently to pass a plan to save Americans' health care and protect Americans from outrageous, overpriced, and unaffordable health insurance policies. The House should have been in session working every day to fix this disaster. But instead, America was force-fed disgusting political drama once again from both sides of the aisle on television every single day.
Dude, like, I'm sorry, bro, but if she's okay, she's not, the biggest thing for her isn't passing the omnibus bill that contributed so much to the deficit, so much to the debt, that funded all this stuff. Like, that's the I don't understand, guys. Like, the debt ceiling conversation is paying your bills on a credit card. The budget they passed and the bills that they passed is going on a shopping spree on Amazon. You know, you have to pay the bills, but the problem is the shopping. That is the problem. Yeah, I think so too, Ruben. I think that she has to be like running for something. With that much money that she could actually, in her mind, now that I know that, Ruben, thank you for saying that. I think in her mind, now she has enough money. She has like FU money, right? So she could just be like, you know what? I'm on my own. So I think that's true.
My bills, which reflect many of President Trump's executive orders, like calling for a new census counting Americans only to draw new districts, making English the official language of the U.S., making it a felony to medically trans a minor, and other bills like eliminating capital gains taxes on the sale of your primary home and eliminating H-1B visas. Just sit. They all sit collecting dust.
Eliminate H-1Bs? Dude, what? Eliminate H-1Bs. Guys, like, this is what I mean, dude. This is what I mean.
That's how it is for most members of Congress bills. The Speaker never brings them to the floor for a vote. Many common Americans are no longer easily convinced by paid political propaganda spokespersons and consultants on TV and paid shills on social media obediently serving with cult-like conviction to force others to swallow the political party talking points.
Dude, no way.
Because They know how much credit card debt they have. They know how much their bills have gone up over the past 5 years. They actually do their own grocery shopping and know food costs too much. Their rent has increasingly gone up and up. They have been outbid by corporate asset managers too many times when they put in an offer to buy a house. They have been laid off after being forced to train their visa holding replacement. The college degree they were told to earn.
Oh, see, guys, she's not like, guys. She's not like, this isn't the foof. It's just a laundry list. So she's basically trying to out Trump. You know what I mean? She's saying that I am the real MAGA, and I actually believe this stuff, and Trump doesn't, and that's what's disgusting about me. So she's gonna make America great again for real. That's what she's making. She's actually founding MAGA FR, and that's the way. Exactly, Heather. This is exactly like make it exactly MAGAfer. Make America. Come on, B. Please, B.
Only left them in debt with no big six-figure salary. They see more.
Dude, you're being $25 million.
Are homeless people than ever on their own community streets. They can't afford health insurance or practically any insurance, and they just aren't stupid. These are the people I represent.
You're so
and
brave.
love, because that is who all of my family and friends are. Common Americans. I've been blessed to represent.
I do agree that the shutdown was too aggressive. I mean, but Ruben, I mean, are you like what? I don't. If you're a day trader and you keep that as your. I mean, you have to be on some type of like Obamacare exchange program. I mean, right? So there's no way. I mean, your insurance has to be going up dramatically. I mean, that is the way that they said that they were going to. That's why they shut it down. I mean, do you at least agree with that if it decreased your healthcare costs? But I mean, I think the big problem is the passing of the omnibus bill. It wasn't the government shutdown. So I think that you fight that bill, that fight at the legislation. You don't fight it at paying your credit cards down, because what it could do is it could alter the economy detrimentally for everyone, and you really don't want to do that unless it's like a strategic general strike or something like that, where it's like this is our aim, this is what we want, this is what we're after, and I don't feel like a government shutdown is as good as like a general strike, I guess.
The 14th District of Georgia for 5 years. The district is filled with some of the most wonderful,
Thank you, F1. Thank you,
kind-hearted,
Lily.
God-fearing, patriotic, hardworking people you will ever meet. Good, regular, common Americans. I've worked hard to bring taxpayer dollars back home to.
Dude, I hate that shit, man. Like, aren't I a normal American? Like, what the hell, dude? I'm not a normal American? Right, guys? We're all normal Americans. Like, what are you talking about? By definition, if you're an American, you're a normal American, and we have a diverse and amazing background. The idea that, like, Dems held no cards, why keep the shutdown? I mean, and if they didn't hold any cards, then how were they able to shut down the government? So they obviously held something. Yeah, exactly, we are. I think that's right too, Heather. It's like plebeians. You know what I mean? We're all plebeians. We all serfs. We have to beg for it. Oh yeah, this is a great question. Yeah, this is a great one.
To help district needs, I impeached Biden's
After this,
Secretary
Renee.
of Homeland after watching my constituents die as he facilitated
Yes.
dangerous.
Yes, Gog. Like literally, feudalism. They're bringing back feudalism, bro. You can like sleep. You'll sleep at the corporation. Sleep there. That's why they allow you to eat lunches and dinner and free dinner, free food. They're just like, oh, you never have to leave. I know exactly, Island, and like the Heartland and all that kind of stuff. I hate it. I hate it so much. I don't know.
Open border invasion into America.
Oh,
and I
it
led the
didn't
effort
happen.
to defund hard left politically biased NPR and PBS and the corrupt USAID, and I did that as chair of the DOJ subcommittee.
It's just, guys, she's not any better. She's not reformed. She thinks that she is more hardline and more right wing than Trump. That's what she's saying. She thinks that she's the real MAGA. She's drawing a line in the sand, going, "I am the real MAGA."
I have fought harder than almost any other elected Republican
see?
to elect Donald Trump and Republicans to power. I traveled.
And she didn't even get endorsed by him on her election. She never even got on her first election. She wasn't even sponsored by him. Which is wild, man. She's just doing this for free. It's not as bad as Ted Cruz, of course, but it's just wild, man.
The country for years. I spent millions of my own money. I missed precious time with my family that I can never get back. And I showed up in places like outside the New York courthouse in Collect Pond Park against a raging leftist mob as Trump faced Democrat lawfare.
Raging leftist mob. How afraid were you of your life? And then how afraid were you when the MAGA crowd turned on you? Because one of these made you resign and get private security, and one of them you just held a speech and people were had signs, made some bad noises, like what? Get out of here.
Meanwhile, most of the establishment Republicans who secretly hate him and who stabbed him in the back and never defended him against anything have.
Wait, that has to be a January 6th, right? Because that has to be a January 6th thing, right? Oh, thank you guys. Thank you, F1. Because she's like literally going after him. Like, right? That's the idea. Exactly.
Have all been welcomed in right after.
Renee, she called Trump a traitor. She called Trump a traitor this week. Like, what? Like, she called him a traitor. like it's wild.
The election. And I will never forget the day I had to leave my mother's side as my father had brain surgery to remove cancerous tumors in order to fly to Washington, D.C. to defend President Trump and vote no against the Democrats' second impeachment in 2021.
Oh my gosh.
My poor father and my poor mother, it was way too much for all of us. Through it all, I never changed or went back on my campaign promises and only disagreed in a few areas, like my stance against H-1Bs replacing American jobs, AI state moratoriums, debt for life 50-year mortgage scams, standing strongly against all involvement in foreign wars, and demanding the release of the Epstein files. Other than that, my voting record has been solidly with my party and the president. Loyalty should be a two-way street, and we should be able to vote our conscience and represent our district's interests because our job title is literally representative. America first should mean America.
I love how literal everyone takes word like things now. It's like they just marketing 101. It's like, I think it's a democracy because I'm a Democrat. I think our Constitution is a republic because I'm a Republican. I represent people because I'm a representative. It's like, can we just get some, like, that's not even surface level. That is like surface level implies that there is something underneath the surface, right? That is a two-dimensional object with no z-plane. Like there is nothing underneath that. Oh my God.
First and only Americans first, with no other foreign country ever being attached to America first in our halls of government.
How are we gonna just be an isolationist country? That's what I don't understand. Like we're not gonna deal with any other country ever? Like for real?
Standing up for American women who were raped at 14 years old, trafficked and used by rich, powerful men should not
Do you think it sounds like it was just the Epstein stuff?
result in me being called a traitor and threatened by the President of
Yeah,
the United
yeah.
States.
So I think the Epstein stuff broke her. I think it just brain broke her, and she's like, wow. And you can just sometimes you just have a snap out of it moment, a haktua moment, if you will, where you just kind of like really everything is so clear, and jaboom, and you're just like, wow, what am I doing? And that was her. That was her moment.
Whom I fought for. However, while yes, hurtful, my heart remains filled with joy, my life is filled with happiness, and my true convictions remain
And my bank account is much. I mean, she's saying this with 25 million in the bank right now. Would she be saying the same with $1,000 to her name? You know what I mean? Like the grift, the fact that she personally benefited from this versus, you know, all the people that she knew that took advantage of the system and grifted successfully. She would be a lot different, I feel like, if she knew that she didn't get the good end of the stick too. So I would give her a 50% chance of just piecing out. I really do. I don't know.
changed because my self-worth is not defined by a man.
It's defined by my bank account. Oh man. Oh man.
But instead by God, who created everything in existence.
Sorry, of course.
You see,
Sorry.
I have never valued power, titles, or attention in spite of all the wrong assumptions about me. I do not cling to those things because they are meaningless and empty traps that hold too.
It's not defined by the amount of wrinkles I have on my face. Okay? Or the size of my lips. Okay? It's not. Dude, can you in what degenerate undifferentiated cell conference or speaking like I can't. Why would you ever pay to hear Marjorie Taylor Greene say anything? Please. Why would you ever pay her to say a single word to you? And I know that she will go on these speaking engagements and get paid $100,000 a piece. That's what's wild. She definitely will.
Too many people in Washington. I believe in term limits and do not think Congress should be a lifelong career or an assisted living facility. My only goal and desire has ever been to hold the Republican Party accountable for the promises it makes to the American people and put America first. And I have fought against Democrats' damaging policies like the Green New Deal, wide open, deadly, unsafe border.
Guys, Green New Deal is not even a policy. It's just it's a framework, an idea of like, hey, we should maybe like build stuff in America. It honestly is America first. Like actually, like Green New Deal is a lot of the American manufacturing promises that Trump says. Like it's just the fact that they're like, hey, maybe we should think about like structural racism and how these structures of power played into where we are today. And people are like, no, I will not. So embarrassing, dude. It's a concept of a plan.
Policies.
Exactly, Isla. Like unironically, it's a concept of a plan. Like there's no legislation, there's no drafting of things. Nobody ever has to do anything. Nobody has to make anything. There's nothing proposed. There's nothing nothing. The Green New Deal was just nothing, dude. The first half was just science, boring science, climate stuff. It's wild.
And the trans agenda on children and against women.
There isn't one. Don't worry.
That has brought years of non-stop, never-ending personal attacks, death threats.
We a year in, and I don't see what this administration is about. Dang, Ruben. Wow. Ruben, do you mind if I ask you if you voted for Trump? I'm actually really surprised that you would say that. It's awesome. Okay, interesting.
Lawfare, ridiculous slander and lies about me that most people could.
How, guys, I don't, give her a break, guys. I don't know why Marjorie Taylor Greene, there was no signs that Trump was extra litigious and would be conducting lawfare against all his enemies. We had no idea that could possibly be in the cards, that he could be suing people all the time and taking them to jail. We had no idea that could be happening, Lawfare is the idea that you are using the law system in order to kind of like an offensive thing, and you are creating a scenario where it's just like there's just spurless lawsuit after spurless lawsuit, that kind of thing. You got it, Steph. Thanks, bud.
Could never withstand even for a single day. It has been unfair and wrong, not only to me, but especially to my family, but it's been wrong to my district as well. I have too much self-respect and dignity. I love my family way too much, and I do not want my sweet district to have to endure a hurtful and hateful primary against me by the president that we all fought for.
There you go. That's exactly
only to
it.
fight and win my election while Republicans will likely lose the midterms.
True.
And in turn, be expected to defend the president against impeachment
True.
after he hatefully dumped tens of millions of dollars against me and tried to destroy me. It's all so absurd and completely unserious. I refuse to be a battered wife, hoping it all goes away and gets better. If I am cast aside by the president and the MAGA political machine and replaced by neocons, big pharma, big tech, military-industrial war complex, foreign leaders, and the elite donor class that can never ever relate to real Americans, then many common Americans have been cast aside and replaced as well. There is no plan to save the world or a 4D chess game being played. When common American people realize...
She's like saying that for herself, dude. She's like saying that for herself. Why give up and concede when she can use her vote? That's a really good point, Ruben. I mean, I think that she's just over it, dude, and she's getting harassed by Trump now because she called Trump a traitor. So now, like, he's harassing her, and she has to get a security detail. There's, like, her whole life has changed. So I think that she's just over it, man.
And understand that the political industrial complex of both parties is ripping this country.
Both parties, guys. Yeah. Because every single every single Democrat that opposed Biden famously got ran out of Congress, and they pushed them all out. Both sides, guys. Both sides, Both sides for real. That definitely happened all the time. Exactly, Open. She was the one. She was the one that stood up and said that nonsense, wearing that stupid hat. Trump is right about everything.
Apart. that not one elected leader like me is able to stop Washington's machine from gradually destroying our country. And instead, the reality is that they, common Americans, the people, possess the real power over Washington. Then I'll be here by their side to rebuild it. Until then,
Wow.
I'm going
Thank you for that opportunity.
back to the people that I love, to live my life to the fullest as I always have, and I look forward to a new path ahead. I'll be resigning from office with my last day being January 5th, 2026, and I look forward to seeing many of you again sometime in the future. May God bless you
great.
all.
I didn't choose you to do that. I can understand not running again, but it seems like there's another reason she's just quitting now. It's because she's getting harassed, guys. She's getting harassed, death threats constantly by MAGA. It's been like 2 days, and she cannot handle all the insanity. She's had to hire private security. It's specifically right now she's just over. She wants to get out of the limelight. Yeah, she's really bad at reading speeches. She literally had, like, her job was literally giving speeches that she wrote, and she can't even do a job at that. She's very bad. Very bad. Okay, well, let's watch this and go to bed.
I'm just curious, just to better understand your ruling, if someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
A what now?
Chairman, I make a motion to strike those words.
I don't think that's
Hold on.
part of it.
I'm trying to find clarification on what quality.
Chairman, motion to strike those
I had no idea
words.
what you just said.
What did you say?
We're not gonna do this. Look, you guys earlier literally just said
You just voted to do
Y'all
it.
did it first, so you don't
just
wanna talk
voted to do it.
Order.
I'm trying to get clarification.
Look at calm down. Calm down.
No, because this
I
is
will
what
let us
y'all
get
do.
through proceedings.
So I'm trying
Hey,
to
Miss
get
Crockett,
clarification.
you're not
You don't wanna
recognized.
play
Miss
games.
I can't hear
Crockett.
you with your
And
yelling.
You don't want
Calm
me to
down.
Be,
Can
no,
you please calm
don't
down?
tell me to calm down.
Calm down.
Because y'all talk
calm
noise,
down.
and then you
You're
can't
out of
take
control.
Because if I
Look,
come,
Chairman,
if I
can
come
we
and
send
talk
outside to
shit
take a
about
break
her,
for 5
y'all
minutes?
gonna have a problem.
Mr.
Order.
Chairman.
All right,
Sorry.
Chair.
Oh.
You're acting
Chair
like
now
that.
recognizes.
Committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
A what?
I wonder if millionaire Madge's employees require food being stamps. I don't know. Yeah, exactly, dude. It's weird. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much. Thanks for trying something new today. That was really cool. Thank you for trying out the new style, trying to bring some panels, guys, some good ideas, some good debate topics. Corey's awesome, and I appreciate giving my friends a chance to hang out with you guys. You know what I mean? Getting exposed to them, telling them that I was like, hey, TikTok's not bad. You're gonna like it. You're gonna do well here. So hopefully that happens. So, guys, we got to do this. We got to do this, and then there's the thing here. There's this. All right. Shout outs, guys. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you Efon for our last super fan. Thank you so much. Thank you MB. Thank you Island, Night Flyer, Helen, Kathleen, Renee, Heather. Thank you guys. Thank you so much MB. MB Human 9700 number 1. Incredible. I don't know what marble your ceiling means. I don't know what that means. Helen, thank you for the likes. Bare Necessity, Island Time, thank you so much. Efon again, thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Heather Things, Ashley. Thank you guys. Patreons, Mrs. Dr. G, Ado, Call Me Ness. Thank you guys so much for that support. Guys, actions.drgregshow.com. Get it in. I'm gonna revamp them tomorrow. We're gonna go state by state. It's gonna be a cool thing. But get some actions in. Get some done. It's gonna be good. Thank you, Greta. All right, guys. 4.5 hours later, we did it. It always goes a little later on Friday and Saturday nights, isn't it? That's how we do it. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. Peace. Thank you, Greta. Boom, 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 boom. YouTube, thank you so much.